Hi, welcome in. We're live. What's up? Hey, everybody. Hi, chat. I'm your dungeon mistress. I like to run D&D games, and everything's happy. And you're great. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad to be here. We are without Vakeen tonight, but he is here in spirit. So he will just be put on follow mode, so he'll be with the party, but he will be inactive. All of that being said. Alright, last time on Dragon Ball Z, Nappa caught the cabbage with his teeth.
Really? Wow. I'm missing out.
I just...
Spoilers. Gosh.
Topic again. You. I'm looking forward to it.
The troll. Alright, on their way to Dionysus's garden, the party used a stick and a well-placed critical from Bingo to discern on their merry way. Through their travels, just a couple hours after noon, they heard voices, snarling, sound of pain and death. It seemed as if a traveling Triton company with a single Aarakocra had been murdered on the road. It turned out that entities used by the Nyx-born priests to sow chaos, pain, and fear had assaulted this traveling band. After defeating them and a wicked appearance by a very evil Donald the Wise, a gnome mind flare, the party discovered that the Tritons were indeed looking for Seaweed. Though that's not the name they used. They called her Spare. And they treated her with a disdain similar to that of an object that's only purpose is to be used and thrown away. Though the Triton himself displayed a complex reaction to the party, including Seaweed being his savior, they let him go to return perhaps from whence he came or not. Let's see. Something of note for the party to remember. Donald the Wise gave to you some potions. Well, a potion, a pearl, and I believe a dagger. After the encounter, fast forwarding ahead to the Triton's departure, Seaweed became reactive, seemingly afraid, triggered to some dark sense of her past. The party bonded together, several of them attempting, but Durch chief among them, to approach Seaweed under the waves of the blue waters. After Seaweed reunited with the party, and the emotions were quelled, Diego and Durch overheard and discovered that Myyrion is Myyrion Alexandus, the crown prince over their home city, and that the foul king, Cadmus Alexandus, is his father. After the tension settled in that conversation, and questions were planted, plans sown, Durch promised not to attack Myyrion, more or less. Because as fate would have it, he heard Diego's conversation with Myyrion first. It seems that neither man wishes for Cadmus to continue as he does. The one wishes for Cadmus's demise. And the other, well, dear viewer, remains to be seen. Skipping the intensities and ahead, two drunk brothers attempting magic to summon a familiar, a common theme for our Durch the Brave, a pet, ever seeking, ever trying. Will he be successful this day, chat? Well, let's find out. Cats.
Yay!
I need you to roll a d8 for me.
All right. 4.
Okay, who is still up and awake? Because I believe the party decided to camp in this area.
Yeah, I think Diego and Seaweed are at watch. We have scrolls of less restoration in case everyone got too drunk. Yeah.
I need both Seaweed and Diego then to roll perceptions, please.
Whoa, that you're asking a lot of Seaweed here, okay? 16 perception.
11.
Level 16 for Seaweed?
Yes.
Wow, that's really
17 minus 1.
That's really good for Seaweed.
I know.
I'm sorry if you hear a dog in the background. He just wants to be ambience in the nighttime. Stop it. I'm working. Stop. And you got a 4. I need to make a roll.
Oh no.
Oh, shit. Okay. All right. Seaweed. Your head is drawn to the lake. It is boiling and bubbling. Your perception of this actually draws Diego's attention with an 11. And Diego, following her line of sight, you're a little slower to perceive it, but an 11 is high enough to perceive that there is steam rising into the night, dissipating like a fragrant cloud overhead. But not only that, Durch, I need to know how close you get to the lakeside as it's bubbling.
I am right on the water's edge. I am anticipating a familiar.
Okay, go ahead and move your token as close as you'd like to be.
Mm-hmm. If we're doing token placement, I'd probably what's the highest like elevation? I'll probably be like on a column or something.
Yep, those are probably your highest. Okay. And Bingo and Myyrion, I need to know, were you guys resting?
What time of night is it at this point?
It's early evening.
I wouldn't have
believe
been resting yet.
Yeah, we'd still be, or have been drinking, wouldn't we? Or have stopped at that point.
totally up to you.
I mean, Hero's got a soundproof 10, so it's whatever you want to do.
Yeah, Myyrion would probably still be up.
Okay, then I just need to know your passive perceptions.
Bingo is a 13.
And Myyrion?
16.
Okay. All right. Seaweed and Diego will give you a chance to react to this, but Seaweed, you're going to go first. There, among the bubbles and the smoke, because of your higher elevation, you see a single gray fin cut the surface of the lake like a knife before dipping down deeper into the bubbling.
So, like, are you saying that Seaweed immediately knows what is in the water?
You see the fin. It's up to her what she assumes.
I mean, Seaweed's aquatic. Seaweed would know what this is. Friends, watch out! It's sticky hand. I shall cast lightning lure at Durch to swoop him back. Diego, friend, look there. There is danger in the water.
No, don't worry. It's just my pet.
That's good.
So unless Durch resists, you are getting pulled again.
How do I resist?
Strength check.
Oh gosh.
And then what does Diego say?
Oh, after hearing that it's his pet, Gino's like, okay, everything's good.
Okay.
What do I need? I didn't make it.
15.
Yeah, not even close.
Well, Durch is pulled back towards me.
How far?
15 feet.
Okay, move your token back 15 feet.
So yeah, right up, yeah. Like here, probably right up there-ish. Yeah, somewhere around there.
Okay, as soon as she tugs you back, like as soon as you're pulled, this massive maw filled with teeth as a huge shark lunges at you. Water goes gushing out of the teeth as they clamp down like a stapler fitting into the grooves. It's actually a little too small, but yeah, it like lunges up and then it recedes back into the water. Congratulations! You've summoned a shark.
Can I try and get some of the food that was made and like feed it?
You want to?
Durch, it is dangerous. Do not go to the water. There is a shark. They are very dangerous.
You can try feeding it, but I'm gonna go around in circles and give everyone a chance. Now the passive perception of 16. Once that shark lunges forward with that sound and all the water splashing, you notice it. And then in you noticing it, Bingo notices it as well.
What the absolute fuck?
It's my pet.
They're
Again?
getting into trouble.
More pets?
Durch is very drunk, mind you. It is obvious.
Durch is hammed.
It's obvious through the eye slits of his mask. They're kind of bloodshot and bloodshot and bleary. But I want to give everybody a chance to react, so or to do something. And I'm actually going to start with Diego. You know that it is not a pet. You can see that it is absolutely a shark, and that it did try to eat Durch.
Diego will go up and, without using the scroll, will just cast lesser restoration on Durch.
Oh,
Cure him of his drunkenness.
yeah, you're no longer drunk.
Oh my god, it's a shark!
Oh shit! Yeah. Just there. Don't go near that.
Diego, roll a
Please.
charisma saving throw, please. Starting off strong tonight, baby.
No. Can't find that. There we go. 16. 25.
25. Okay. It isn't the child's voice that you heard earlier this day. It's a deeper, gruff voice that doesn't actually seem aware of your presence, but is muttering to itself. Would you like to try to listen? It will pull your attention
Yes.
from the campsite. It will put... Okay.
Everyone's awake, so
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, then I need you to make a perception check or investigation. They give you different information depending on your choice, so pick carefully.
Perception. My investigation's awful. Oh, but that ain't much better. That's an 8.
With an 8, you cannot hear the mutterings. And so you try. Try to let yourself recede. I'll give you a chance to use an inspiration if you want to.
I just got one this session, so yeah, why not?
Okay, go ahead and roll.
Okay, that's a 13 on the die. That's a lot better. 17.
17, the voice. It sounds like there's two of them when you really focus. And it completely distracts you from everything around you. Let me grab the right for this. Okay. Two voices, one is yelling, but it sounds like they're yelling from very far away. The other voice clears its throat, and it says, "Continue, continue, continue, and attention, attention, attention. Am I not a god for a reason? Is it not my choice? Is it not my responsibility, my dignity, my right? Do I not deserve to rule? Attention, attention, attention. And a continuation. Yes. Yes. And then you hear someone close, different than the yelling voice. And you have a choice. In the cutscene, investigation, perception, they give you different information.
I'm gonna try no, just because I only have a 0 doesn't mean I shouldn't try it. I'll give investigation a shot.
Okay, roll it.
11.
Mind you, Amber has like 10 million inspirations. You can try to convince her to give you.
Whoa. Whoa. Okay, they're collectibles. Okay.
No.
Can't use them.
She's gonna use them for the boss battle at the very end. They're limited edition.
Their limited edition can't use them. That's so funny.
Obviously, yeah.
An 11.
Mm-hmm.
An 11 doesn't give you everything, but it gives you some. It actually paints a better picture in your mind's eye of the room, of the area, which is resplendent. Beautiful Grecian columns, a floor filled with rugs and pillows done in deep jeweled colors. There is a freshness in the air, laced by a cinnamon incense, and the breeze is warm. It is clearly this is a summer night, and when you cast your senses, just yours, not who you're hearing, around the room, there is a woman in the corner. The way the floor is set is tiered, and she's on the top tier nearest the window, and an archway that literally leads out into this open-air pavilion, and there are just bright, pale sands everywhere. It is that moment before the sun completely falls over the dunes. Everything is cast in a lavender periwinkle twilight. And the woman paints. A silver, delicate shackle is biting into the flesh of her ankle. And there is more specifically about this woman, but you cannot see her, not with an 11. And what she paints is equally as difficult to digest, but you have a familiarity regardless. And the voice says, continue, continue, continue. And he's speaking to the woman. And then his tone heightens. And he says, they cannot take the throne from me. It is my birthright. And you can taste the alcohol on his tongue. It is my right. It is who I was meant to be. And it is who I will always be. So let us try Tartarus. Let us delve into the dark. Let us find the mightiest creature Zeus has put below and use it. Because I will not bow. One last chance. Perception or investigation.
Investigation, that was really good. 16.
16. You hear whoever was shouting in the hall. This room is massive, and the columns are actually decorated around, it's almost like a seating chamber. It's a barrier. It's one room, but the columns and the archways and the hanging rugs and beads create a decorative barrier to the rest of the room. And the rest of the room must be vast because it sounds like the wooden door, the way the knocking do, do, do is sounding, is far off. And the voice of this drunken heir apparent, you feel its presence move to the door, and behind the door, a voice says, my lord, the Nyxborn have breached Al-Ra. There is nothing that can keep them out of the country now. They have taken the stronghold. And they are headed to the ziggurat of your fathers. The rest of your investigation, you feel your body, though your senses are elsewhere, you feel your body begin to heat, Diego. You begin to sweat. And you recognize, because of your previous charisma saving throw, this is a vision given to you by the Whispering Crown. And it whispers, to be placed against your third eye, that you may see, that you may know, for the Colossus comes for all. And the crown does not want the world to be given, not to the Colossus. It wants to help you. It wants to be sure that all of Theros is saved. And that Cadmus Alexander is meted out a suitable punishment. The crown whispers, I can help. I see your heart's desires clear, Diego Abernathy. And you can wield me for good. You know you can. Make a charisma saving throw, -15.
Oh, shit.
Or you may make a constitution saving throw.
Chris would be better. So that's a 15. 1, 2, 3, so 23. Wait, 23. It's actually -15. So it would be 8.
It's an 8.
Yeah.
You sure you don't want to make a constitution saving throw? Last chance.
Yeah, let's do the con save. Okay. 16. So 23 again.
Look at that. You didn't want to do it in the first place. Okay. Whatever has just happened, yes, it is helpful. But the man who gave you the paints, you know that he is displeased. You retch all over yourself. You drop to 1 HP and do not immediately die, touching the Whispering Crown's power. Leaning into it, even allowing it to show you, though helpful, allowing it to show you through its profane and perverted use of magic. There is a chuckle in the crown, and a voice that says, "You should not deny me. It will only hurt you more, Abernathy."
So be it. That's all Diego says to it.
Okay? It says nothing more, but lurking like the shark in the lake, it waits, watching and listening and pushing. Anything else for your turn?
Oh no, that's quite a bit. What was the name of that ziggurat?
I think
That was
Al
a lot of
Ra.
information.
Al Ra.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, the ziggurat is just the ziggurat of the fathers. Al Ra is the outpost / stronghold that fell against the Nyxborn.
Okay. I think I know what's happening. But anyway, that's the end of my turn.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Sliding across camp. Bingo.
Yes.
What do you want to do?
So I caught attention of the shark. I'm going to turn to Myyrion. Do you think Durch needs us to do something about that?
Myyrion would kind of like lazily look over at Durch and then look back to Bingo. It might be best just to leave it alone.
I like that idea. Maybe Durch can learn his own lesson this time. The tough parenting style.
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be able to go anywhere from that pond, should it?
I don't know. I'm not very familiar with aquatic creatures like that. Maybe we should ask Seaweed?
That would probably be a good idea.
Still your turn, Bingo.
That's my turn.
Okay. Then I'm gonna slide over to Durch. What do you want to do about this shark? Now that you're now that you're
Now that I know it's a
sober,
shark.
and now that Diego is like standing near you, but literally is like eyes rolled in the back of his head.
Dying? Yeah, so I'm gonna ignore the shark now that I'm sober and go over to Diego and ask if, hey man, you doing okay?
Yeah, just nothing I can handle. I appreciate it. Can you
Shoot,
get rid
me,
of that?
I think it has to stay there. I mean, it's not a land shark. I think it would have followed me if it could. Thank you, Seaweed. And
Okay, then I'm just gonna do this then. Diego will cast Shape Water and multiple times, making sort of a ice wall just right there.
Okay.
Just in case anyone rolls.
As you begin to shape water, the shark grows legs and walks out of the lake! Just kidding. It's got a sword and a shield, and it says, "My name is also Jonald."
Hi, Jonald.
See,
A
I
second.
know
How are you doing?
Just kidding.
How
Alright.
many Jonalds are there in Theros?
Yeah.
Can I roll to seduce?
No, that's out of character for Myyrion. If he's not
What
going
about
in,
Imperial?
no. Seaweed, it's your turn.
Okay, so as soon as I pulled Durch to safety, I realized there's a fearsome beast. And Tyrael said if there's any danger, that I should go get him and use the scroll on him. So,
Uh-oh.
what I'm gonna do?
What are you doing? Oh no.
Well, I have a scroll and I have a button.
What are you doing?
I don't know how the thing works,
Oh no.
but I'm gonna try.
Oh no.
So,
What scroll
Under
is
the-
this? Hold on. What scroll do you have?
the Lesser Restoration,
Oh, okay.
I don't know how to use it, so Tyrael gave me a button, says, put the button on the scroll, it works. So that's all I know.
Okay. And you're gonna run in and you're gonna...
Yeah, there's a fearsome beast that's trying to eat Durch. I was told to get Tyrael. I'm trying to get friend. I'm trying to do what my friend says. I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be helpful.
Nope, it's great. You're doing a good job.
Tyrael, friend! They're a danger! Oh
The
no,
minute
this is
you
bad.
step into the tent, you lose your voice. It's just absolutely silent in there. There's this boom, boom, and then nothing. You do, however, see Tyrael deep in the cups once again. He almost lazily looks up at you with sort of this confused, unsure, bleary gaze.
Okay, I think I'm still trying to yell at him. Like, not really, like, yeah, I'm just, I guess just run at him and, I take the scroll and I don't know, do I just throw him at him? I don't know. How do scrolls work?
You know what? I'm not sure if they're gonna need their somatic component. Probably. It probably doesn't work in silence because you can't.
Well, Tyrael said I need to use a button, so I go up to Tyrael and I throw the scroll at him and I throw the button at him. Does it work?
Good. You don't like. Okay. He just
I'm
looks
using-
at the button and the scroll that bounce off his chest. And then he looks at you.
I'm frantically pointing, indicating there's like danger.
Roll a performance.
God, why?
Because I like it.
I got a natural 1.
Okay, so Seaweed just kind of gets on her belly and starts like slithering around to like mimic the shark and like the danger and the panic, and he's nodding like he kind of gets it. What's Seaweed's passive insight?
Oh, I think that's 9. Yeah, I got a -1, 9.
So yeah. You don't understand that he's... Oh, sorry, my computer. He's aware that you're panicked.
Okay, then,
But he's
yeah, I
amused.
guess. So he's just sitting there?
He lets you wiggle like a shark for a minute, and then he dismisses the silence spell so that you can speak.
I think this entire time I've still been trying to talk. Like,
Right.
that is what you must go inside right now, friend. Right now.
What? There's room outside?
Scroll up. Let's see if he picks up the scroll again and like hits Tyrell with it.
He just sighs and then shows you. He unravels it, puts the button into the words, and then shows you that it starts to glow and presses the button.
You not tell Seaweed it goes in the scroll.
I've seen you wield magic before. I assumed too much, I think. Right. He grumbles under his breath.
I run out.
Yeah, he follows.
Does Tyrell follow quickly?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, a little bit. Not as fast as you, but yes.
Okay.
When
and
you
I'll bring
look-
Tyrell.
When you look to the lake, it's calm and still.
Where is the monster?
Where indeed?
There was a giant shark trying to eat Durch.
Yes. Was there? He looks at Durch.
There's one. Where?
Yes, she's right.
There's a
You
shark
can't
in the
even-
lake.
There
Listen,
is
you told
now
me to-
a shark.
Don't get you if there was danger. And there's danger.
There's danger right in the lake. Yes. And he just
Yes,
looks at the lake for a while. It's very still. His eyes just kind of flicking back and forth. Hands on his hips.
I think we're good though, Seaweed, because sharks can't come onto land like you can.
Well, there's also this wall of ice, so
Right.
I just there is something, right?
Yes, friend. Here, come. And I start pulling Tyrell towards the water.
Right. He like comes over here to look.
Yes, friend. Durch was at the water, muttering or doing something, and then the shark tried to eat the Durch.
Why were you muttering
Yes.
something, Durch? Are you a caster? Because it seems like you stab.
I just wanted a pet.
A pet. Right.
What? You wish to pet something? Wait.
Why don't
Oh, what I was looking for the good pet. You wish to be good. Oh, Durch. Tyrell wants a good touch like the pet. Yes.
Not that kind of pet, Seaweed.
Oh. See what's everything wrong tonight.
I want an animal companion.
Tyrael pats Seaweed's head and then wipes the mucus off on his pants, because, like, he forgot, and says, it's alright. And, we need to work on your learning. Do you know how to read?
No, friend.
Let's start. Come along. Does anyone in camp need Seaweed to continue watching, or are we all okay if I educate her?
Bingo just smiles approvingly and nods.
Don't you smile at me, you little wretched kobold.
He just frowns.
Yeah, same. Durch just smiles.
I see your eyes crinkling under that mask. Quiet. I'm assuming no one, Diego, Myyrion, and no one has...
Myyrion just gives him a smile
I'm
and a little
good to
wink.
stay for my watch.
Oh, he just sighs when you do that. Right, Seaweed, come along. I'm going to teach you how to read.
Okay, friend. See if he just follows, I guess.
Please, all gods in the Pantheon, grant me strength and patience. Roll an intelligence saving throw, Seaweed.
I'm not kidding. If you look at the D&D Beyond where I rolled, I got a natural 20. But -1, so it's 19.
Damn.
Seaweed's so smart.
Well, good. You start learning some reading. Tyrael's actually a good teacher. He does get patience and teach you. It's remarkable, really. Starts with the basics, and then he shows you some picture books. And then from those picture books, he points to letters and whatnot. Ends up giving you your own oil-slicked, leather-bound pages, and he says, "Now you must be careful not to get the pages wet. We'll make the ink run unless you seal the ink. And sealing ink takes a bit of mixing over a fire," and he shows you basically how to make a sealant. But we're not going to worry about that right away. We just want to make sure that you have time to practice your letters. What this will do for you is allow you to interact with the world in a way that was denied you, but I believe is a privilege for everyone.
All right. So Seaweed has a journal or a book.
Yep, and her own ink and quill from Tyrael to practice
All right,
her letters.
So, question. I'm going to grab my bucket quickly and vomit some colored algae into it, and then dip my quill in it, and then write Seaweed's journal or Seaweed's book with the bioluminescent organisms.
Huh. That's very nice. Well done. Well done, Seaweed. Now. Are you alright? Please don't throw up on me. Why'd you make that sound? What's happening?
I was going to say, do you want some? So you
Nope.
can share?
I mean,
She's very good at sharing.
sure, here's a jar. You can throw up in it. Here's the lid.
I do. Happily.
God.
I feel it.
He's just like, he's just like, oh God, save me!
It's not. I mean, I think it's nighttime, but the tent gets really bright, because I'm casting light with it, so it's just like a bright, intense light inside the tent. So he just looks happy.
He just keeps trying to teach you. It's all just, oh God. Meanwhile, outside the tent. Myyrion, your turn.
Do we notice the tent light up a bit more whenever that happens?
Yes, but this is kind of backtracking, so that this is like what you want to do right after the shark and then up to now. If that makes sense. Oh Lord.
Oh, no, it does. Myyrion would just turn to Bingo and be like, I guess he's going to teach her?
I'm proud of him. He's showing some growth.
Yeah, that's a little out of character.
I mean, it's beneficial for him. Maybe Seaweed will bother him a little less, and it's very beneficial for Seaweed. I don't think it was that out of character.
Well, when you put it like that, that does make a lot of sense.
Plus, he
And-
seems well educated, and those type like to share that usually. At least the good ones.
Myyrion just kind of nods, agreeing with the Great Warrior. I'm kind of excited about it, actually.
Oh yeah, I am too.
Yeah. I guess we should pick up more books next time we have the chance.
That is a lovely idea.
Myyrion will just kind of look over to the ice wall. I do hope that shark just doesn't cause any issues here.
I mean, if you're that worried about it, I can take a look. It must have been like summoned by magic or something, right? Maybe I can dispel it.
Myyrion just kind of shrugs at that because I don't think he's really aware that it was summoned.
I mean, I doubt it was in there before.
I mean,
Since-
wouldn't it be the weirdest thing we've seen today or the last few days?
I mean, I thought Seaweed would have told us if she saw the shark in there. Is my idea.
True. Myrion's kind of slurring a little bit.
Bingo gives you a look. You feeling okay?
Yeah?
Okay.
Did you not drink earlier?
Just a little bit.
He reaches
Can't
over and
always-
gives you like a friendly pat.
Can't always celebrate as much as I did in my youth.
What is considered young for your kind?
I mean, we're adults by age 6. Most of my tribe died around age 10, 20. I doubt I've seen any of my kind live past age 20. I'm a true anomaly.
You just kind of see the gears turning as he processes this. It's sounds terrible.
Outliving all my kids was terrible. And he kind of looks sad when he says that.
Okay, can I give you a hug?
Bingo will give you a hug.
Myyrion will like return the embrace.
Bingo will give you a little head pat too.
I guess he'd pick you up so that you could.
You are a good friend.
You are as well.
Bingo will just smile.
Do you really want to look at that shark, though?
I mean, how often do you get to see one of them? I'll admit I am kind of curious.
Fair point.
Plus, I'll feel a little safer if you come with me.
Yeah, I'll go. Do you want to go? Would we have noticed earlier if there was like a higher side that we could go look over the lake from?
I think everyone would have noticed that Seaweed was up on the pillars.
Do you want to give me a boost?
Sure. I'll kind of boost Bingo up to one of the pillars.
Go ahead and roll a, just a athletics check.
I'm actually good at that.
Both of us?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my favorite roll.
I got a 13, a little low.
Says both people that slid down a crater.
I also have a 13.
Hooray! Teamwork.
Yep, even though you both rolled a 13, it's enough to get him up top.
Can I get a good view of the shark from up top?
Yep, I'll let you roll a perception with advantage.
Ooh. That's a natural 20, thanks to the advantage.
The lake is completely still. It doesn't look like there's anything inside. It's just gentle lapping water.
It looks like it's disappeared.
Huh. How?
Perhaps it was only temporary. Maybe some sort of magical mishap? Maybe it fixed itself with time?
Myyrion would look to see if there's a pillar that he could climb up on nearby.
Yeah. You could also both share the same spot for a moment.
Bingo will offer you a hand to pull you up.
Oh, I'm coming up, friend.
Roll in athletics for me.
Can I roll to help him?
Mm-hmm.
That is another 13.
I did better this time. I got a 17.
Yeah. You're able to pull them up. Roll a perception with advantage.
I'll just climb on your shoulder so I'm out of the way too.
That is 20 dirty.
Looks clear. It looks peaceful and still.
Can I use Divine Sense?
The crown pings as both celestial and fiend. And by extension, so does Diego.
I guess Bingo would see Myyrion just like turn and with like an inquisitive look at Diego. And then look back out towards the pond. Like he'd kind of snap his head to him real quick and then look back.
Did you notice something?
you can see Myyrion kind of like move his jaw a little bit. I mean, he doesn't look great. But now I don't see anything out here.
Maybe some problems just solve themselves.
I guess take wins when you get them.
Mm-hmm.
Is Diego actually still hurt?
Yeah,
Okay.
but he only retched, so I don't know. He'd probably just look tired, honestly.
So he just looked exhausted, not actually like bloodied or anything.
Yeah, he just retched.
Well, Bingo, I guess we could go as Durch and see if he knows what might have happened.
Okay, I'm
It did lunge at him, and Myyrion would climb down and then offer to help Bingo down as well.
Bingo will just kind of like drop into your arms.
He'll do like the bride carry catch, then put you down. And approach Cats and Diego, or Durch and Diego.
Together.
Yes.
Oh, I went inside you. There we go.
Durch, Diego, do you know what happened?
Yeah. So Vicky was trying to teach me summon familiar spell, and I guess we screwed it up. I just wanted a familiar. That's it.
Does it have to be a familiar, or do you just want a pet?
I would like an animal companion.
If we ever go to my hometown, I'll introduce you to the best dire weasel breeder.
Oh, that would be awesome. But I am impatient. So I don't know how long that thing will last, and I know it's probably getting pretty close to bedtime. So I'm gonna throw a couple rocks in the lake and make sure it's gone.
It did look still.
It does look still.
Yeah, I didn't see the monster.
But then again,
I mean, there's one way to check, but I'm not a fan of it.
Yeah. Okay, how about
urchin? Is that how we check?
I deserve that.
I'm against
You see
throwing the
kind of like a
children
little
into-
sly smile on his face. And he wanted a friend, right?
I
Is there any
think.
life?
What's that? Go ahead.
Who?
You, Dork. What were you saying?
Oh, sorry. I mean, is there any life in that lake? Other than the shark?
Yeah, I don't know. So, should we take a vote? Either we try and provoke it into showing itself to make sure it's still there, or we just ignore it and kind of camp a little farther away from the water.
I mean, if it had ways to get us on land, it probably would have already.
That's my thought. Yeah.
I don't think it's really that much of a problem. We just don't go in the water.
Still, throwing rocks sounds kind of fun.
Right?
Yeah. Skip them on the lake.
Do we... They eat
Yeah, I'm
meat,
down for
right?
that.
We could throw some meat and see what happens with that.
Ooh, that's a good idea.
At this point is when the tent begins to glow. Like just brighter and brighter and brighter, and you can hear this. I don't know, Amber. What does it sound like?
Please describe.
I don't know. It sounds like liquid into a jar.
Okay. Just
I was expecting the dry heaving, but we were blessed without it.
me too.
A lot of like blurbles.
So you hear a lot of burbles, bubbling, liquid in jar sounds, and then
You're all feeling happy.
yeah, and then like happy squealing and Tyrael popping open a cold one like this. I don't know if you could hear that, but I opened a can of liquid death.
Here, I'll try for you.
There we go.
There it is.
Yes. So good.
That's a very intense learning.
Very intense learning.
I'm really glad I'm not in that class.
Well, if he's got booze, it must be a good class.
Yeah, but
I think the booze are for the teacher.
But did you just hear what happened? It's probably so we could forget that.
Yeah,
It's true.
You know what it's like?
I've seen it before. I don't like seeing it. Don't tell Seaweed I said that, though.
Okay, so
Rocks?
I really want to throw rocks.
I will observe you throw the rocks.
Here. We can put you on top of the pillar we were just on, and you can throw from there.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Over the ice wall. So I'm gonna gather up some rocks and then hop up on the ledge. You guys want to watch?
Just to make sure nothing bad happens, yeah.
I'll stay down here so I can throw you extra rocks whenever you run out.
Sweet.
Myyrion will like help everybody get up that wants to get up.
Go ahead and roll in athletics. I'll just make you do one check.
Nat 20.
Okay. All right. Okay, so you're gonna throw over the ice wall rocks, just so I'm
Yep.
okay. All
Just
right.
gonna kind of throw some in the pond.
Okay, that's yeah. Okay. Mhm. Roll in athletics.
Athletics. That's an 8. I'm good at throwing rocks.
All right. You hit Myyrion in the back of the head.
Backwards. Sorry. I'm not good at throwing rocks.
What are you good at then?
Sneaking around.
Use your hips. Yeah, use your hips.
Use my hips. Okay.
Does Tyrael need to teach you how to throw rocks? Do we need another class?
All right. I'm gonna try Diego's method and use my hips. Should I roll again?
Roll an acrobatics.
Can Myyrion like ping him with a rock during the middle of this?
Yep. Roll with disadvantage.
Oh.
18 acrobatics.
With disadvantage.
Oh god. 18 acrobatics. That was better.
All right, fine.
Am I rolling at disadvantage to ping him with a rock?
Nope, I just let you hit him.
Okay.
It's like ding, 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 ding. But it makes him stumble, and so the throw is a little bit off, and it goes to the very far edge of the water. Brunk. And there's a couple bubbles. The water is, for the most part, undisturbed. You can just still hear the waves.
Alright, throw me some meat this time.
Myyrion will go grab like a piece of like scrap meat left over from dinner and just peg him with it. He's obviously upset about being hit.
I'm imagining it just hitting the side of his mask and like sliding down. It's
Just a slow cartoon slide.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I will attempt to launch the meat into the water. Like dead center.
Roll in athletics.
That's the bad one. 11?
All right, this time you hit bingo.
Bingo
Sorry,
just like turns
Bingo.
to look at you.
Meanwhile,
I didn't use my hips that time.
Meanwhile, you hear Teriel say, "No, no, no, it's A, B, C, D." Say it back to me.
Okay. A.
Come on,
Friend, what comes next?
you can do this. One more time. A, B, C, D.
Okay, friend. See if it has this. Okay. A, B. What comes next?
All right. Well, okay. Look at these cards here. This is an apple. A for apple. Okay.
Apple.
Yes. Perfect. Perfect. Apple. A. Yes. All right. Now this. Do you know what this is? He shows you a picture of a honeybee.
That friend is Oh, that is the bug.
Yes. B. That starts with B. A for apple. B for bug or bumblebee. It's two B's. B.
Oh, okay. It's B. See,
But only one
remember.
B. Sorry, one B. A, B. Okay. Now what is this? And he
Not
shows
two
her a picture of
It's not two B's.
not two B's, just one. Just one B. Just
One B, not-
B. Not two, just one.
One B.
Right. Very good.
Okay. One B.
The third thing he shows you is a cat. What is this?
Oh, Swindle, that is oh, a lion, small lion.
He looks at the cat. Small lion. I suppose you're not wrong, but it is a cat.
Oh, you're right. Oh, sorry.
Cat.
Cat. Yes.
Yes.
Friend.
Okay. Now he shows you the apple. What letter does this start with?
A.
Perfect. The next one. What letter does this start with? And it's the B.
One B.
Yes, he actually thinks you understand, but I know as the DM you do not. Yes, very good. Very good. Okay. And this, and he shows you the cat.
That is the C.
Perfect. Now,
A. One B C.
no. A, B, C. A,
Wait, friend, you said one B.
right. But
So is it two B's?
no, just one. Just
Yes. A. One B C.
Very good, yes. Okay. This is going to take a very long time. All right. And then you hear outside Seaweed this, like, wet slap. Yeah, just this hard, wet slap sound.
Are they playing? Are they going swimming? Oh no. We came from the cannot swim. Knows about. Dear friend, I'm worried people will start to drown now. I hear. Are they swimming?
Right. We'll take a quick recess. Return in 15 minutes. You're dismissed.
Yes.
Yes.
Dear friend, you're very kind. Seaweed shall give you good touch.
No, not required. No touching. None. No touch. Zero touch.
No. Oh, Seaweed was going for a hug.
Oh, a hug.
Okay. And Seaweed walks away.
No.
Sadly.
Actually, this is fine. Recess, enjoy your time. You know, you could, in my place, why don't you go give Durch or Bingo your good touch, which is called a hug. It's just a hug. There's a difference in the language that you're using. Yes.
Right. Seaweed was confused. Okay, okay. Do not say good touch.
Right. Because that is an inappropriate phrase in modern society. The majority of everyone, other than Seaweed and maybe the collective outside, will think that you're offering them favors.
Oh, are good touches not a thing? Good touches are bad. So are they bad touches? Don't.
Good touch and bad touch both insinuate intimate touch.
So good and bad are the same? That is so weird. Why do we think the same?
The reason why is because language is an evolving thing. Just as you have a tadpole that then becomes a frog, language is the same. It grows and it changes. It is not itself a frog, but it changes. Does that make sense?
So he just kind of stares at Tyrael.
Right. Then I'll try my best to explain. And he launches into this huge explanation of culture and subculture, and then slang, and then how language is like the child of like 6 different languages, and how it's very nuanced and delicate because there are social constructs within the language itself, depending on the region. And
can I do intelligence saving throw at disadvantage?
Yep.
Okay. 6.
Your eyes kind of go a little wall-eyed. Your mouth kind of hangs open and drools a bit.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes. Yes! Yes. Yes.
All right, Reese's, go now. See what that meat slapping
yes,
sound
as
was.
you say, I will give Bingo or Durch the good touch. No, don't, no.
The hug.
The hug.
Yes. Well done.
So, Seaweed will not hug you, but hug them, yes.
Correct. I do not like to be touched.
But... Okay. But you... Oh, I feel so confused. Seaweed should ask Myyrion. Myyrion always knows about touching. And Seaweed leave.
What Seaweed doesn't see is that he takes his glasses off and he just scrubs his face really hard. Okay, party, describe what Seaweed sees when she comes out of the tent. What are you guys doing? How many pieces of meat have you thrown into the lake? How many are floating atop the lake? We'll start with Diego. Where are you? How do you look? What are you doing?
Diego's just sitting down. Oh, he wouldn't be able to see anything. He's just observing it. Just take it easy.
Okay. Bingo, what are you doing?
Giving Durch the disappointment look after he hit me with some of the food.
All right, Durch, what are you doing?
Just confused at how he can attempt to throw into the lake and actually throw backwards more than once. Just disbelief.
Okay, and Myyrion.
Oh, Myyrion is still straight, just like pegging him with meat. Whatever scraps he can find. His disappointment is immeasurable at this point.
He's like trying to catch him and dodge him.
He's still purposely just trying to hit you.
No.
This is what you see.
Wait. Did you win? Is the sword dead? Did you win?
I don't know. I think it's gone. There's like 5 pieces of meat in the lake. And on bingo.
It was a wizard shark. It left us. Left us for a better lake.
Oh.
I think it was just so disappointed in Durch's throwing that it just died.
Oh, Bingo just nods.
Oh, so it is dead.
Myyrion just like gestures to like the rocks and the pieces of meat that are still on the ground from all the failed throws.
Okay, Sue's gonna go over to the lake, and stick her head in.
Okay. What's your armor class?
Damn it!
12.
12?
You did ask about the touch.
I'm a sorcerer.
Okay.
Shit.
All right.
It really was a wizard shark. It turned invisible on us.
Resting at the bottom of the lake, as it is made short work of the fish that live therein, a gnarly-looking creature moves faster than Seaweed is able to escape. Hey, I see this?
I see the monster.
Okay. Let's... Okay, I need you to roll a strength saving throw, please.
Uh-oh.
Use as limited edition inspirations.
Okay, I'm rolling nat 1 for 2.
Okay. What everyone else sees is Seaweed into the water. You take 13 points of piercing damage, and the shark has you restrained in its mouth and is pulling you to the bottom.
Question, do I have vision or am I like in the mouth?
You're in the mouth.
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah. Okay, everybody roll initiatives. Hold on, we'll get the right music. What should the music? Should this still be the music, you guys? Right here?
Yes.
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 Oh, perfect.
This
That
is peak battle music.
Vakeen isn't here, and this is what happens.
Yup.
This is peak battle music.
Okay, I'm gonna give everybody a turn. Actually, let's just see. Okay, people still have turns. So you should be able to just change.
I'm not there.
Oh, do I need to add you again? Hold on. Do 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 do. This music is the best. add turn, and add turn.
Do I just put Jorgamunder under my initiative?
Yep. Okay, is everybody as they should be?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, Myrion's disappointment with the throws has spilled over to his initiative.
Polita is actually not here. She is over here. Doing something. Okay, this should have sorted everyone. Oops, it deleted the shark. No!
Not the
Seaweed
shark.
has claimed victory.
Yeah.
Nope, I got
We
it.
win.
I
Oh.
get it. I got it still. So, Seaweed.
Shark has respawned.
It are out here. Can you guys see it?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Okay, the first strike was its surprise action, so now it is going to let go of you, Seaweed, and bite you again. What's your armor class?
As I said, 12.
12.
Because I'm a very tough sorcerer.
I never remember.
It's okay. Just assume yes. Did I hit? Yes.
Okay,
Just assume
this
yes.
time I need you to make another strength saving throw. It's a good thing you can breathe underwater.
Okay, 5 total.
Okay, 16 points of piercing damage. You are restrained.
Do I have visibility now?
Roll a percentile. We'll see which side it bit, because it let you go, kind of to toss you through the water so you're spinning, and then it bites you again.
So D100?
Yep.
34.
You are still face first in its mouth and can see nothing.
Fantastic.
Alright, it's Jormunger's turn. And bingo.
So we can't see into the lake?
Nope, but you can get in it if you'd like.
Bingo will tell Jorgamunder to get back. And he's gonna go jump into the lake. In the hopes of finding and saving Seaweed.
You jump in the lake.
Yep,
Okay, are you wearing your armor?
I am.
You immediately sink to the bottom. Roll
I'll
Constitution.
try to use it.
Roll Constitution saving throw.
Does a 15.
Okie dokie. I gotta look up something as well. Give me 1 second. Go ahead and keep doing your turn, but you do see Seaweed.
Do see Seaweed. Checking one thing real quick.
You're good, me too.
So I do see him, and get up right next to him, and I'll do a green flame blade, which luckily doesn't have a verbal component. And I'm gonna boop it on the snoot. 15 plus. 22 to hit.
22 hits.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. That'll be 12 points of damage.
Anything else for your turn?
I believe that's all I can do.
Jormunger?
Oh, I told him to run away when I jumped in, and he moved away.
Okay. Durch!
Hello.
It's your turn. What would you like to do?
Can I see the shark?
If you get
at
in
least
if you get in the water.
is the ice wall too high?
It's too deep.
Out of curiosity, would the strike of my green flame blade have illuminated him at all for anybody after me?
Let me see. Nope. All it does is illuminate your blade for a moment, or is it? It's continuous, isn't it?
It's only for a moment.
Yeah. So it just illuminated it for a moment. So not enough to really see under the waves.
Hey, Seaweed, how ouchies are you?
Well, I would say in just 2 hits, probably say almost all my health.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right. Okay.
I'm a sorcerer.
Yeah. Okay. I want to dive in. Seaweed! Jump in. And try and stabby McStab.
Okay. How far is your movement?
30 feet?
You cannot reach unless you bonus action dash. Like, slash. Can you dash while you're swimming? I imagine you
cunning
can.
action.
It's usually half movement. It's like considered like difficult terrain.
Yeah, but yeah, for Seaweed it's not, but yeah, so and Bingo sunk, so it's like 30-40 feet down.
Cunning action dash.
So you get 30 feet total. And then it's disadvantage to hit if you throw a dagger.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the resistance of the water.
Yeah, in terms like rules, if you can breathe water, you would negate that effect. But no, if you have swimming speed negate that issue. But yeah.
Okay. Can I try and shoot it with the crossbow instead?
Yeah, you can. Still disadvantage, but yes.
Okay. And 17.
I also need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. Does 16 hit?
A 16 does hit. Yes.
Yay. Constitution. Oh, man. I'm loving my new dice. 18, I'm pretty sure is plus 1, 19 constant.
Okay, noted.
Alright, and crossbow 1d6 plus 3. 8 for crossbow.
8 damage?
Yep.
Okay. Shark is still up.
Like, I want to get Seaweed out of there. Can I, like, try and shoot it in the eye or something?
That is a call.
Make it let go?
It's a called shot, so it would minus or increase its AC.
Okay. I will remember that for next time.
Okay. All right. Diego.
Diego will walk towards the water's edge and we'll look at Myyrion and say, "Do me a favor and just get everyone out of there, because as soon as you do, I'll do my plan." And Diego will use shape water, and we'll connect the water from the lake to his hand.
Connect the water.
From my hand to the lake using the cantrip shape water.
Okay. So what are you... How are you achieving that consistently? Sell it to me. Because
I could literally shape water and... let me just... I'll give you... What is this like? Okay, yeah, you can cause the water to form into simple shapes and animate at your direction. This change lasts for 1 hour. I simply want for the water to simply be around Diego's hand.
Okay, so how is it cycling and animating through? Or are you just like making it bubble? You're making it like spin like it's a fountain? Because I understand you're trying to make some kind of conduit. Right?
Oh, okay, you already figured out my plan. Yeah, I got Shocking Grasp, and I figured, connect the water to my hand,
Right.
The hand cast Shocking Grasp, and yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
Yeah,
I just want to know what it looks like. Like, is it a bubble? Is it like this, like the peeing fountains, like those pretty French ones?
Honestly, nothing that fancy. Just sort of like a water bending in an Avatar, when they have the little water whip arms. Oh, yeah, but just covering Diego's hand.
Okay.
And asking just to make sure everyone gets up.
Okay. Seaweed.
Oh, it's me.
It's your turn.
Okay, so I'm gonna use my bonus action to move my sorcery points around too, so I get a 3rd level sorcery point back. And then you see from within the shark's mouth, again, billowing clouds of foam, and I cast Water Walk on myself. In that, as we talked before, any creature underwater with Water Walk is instantly shot up to the surface.
Smart.
Make a Constitution saving throw.
15.
All right. It shoots you out of the shark's mouth. The magic causes this almost billowing, bubbling barrier. And it's like it just had a Diet Coke and it basically burps you out and you shoot straight up.
Yeah, I look like almost like hagfish, because a hagfish will, like, its defense is just like billows like stuff around it. So like, seaweed's just like excreting it.
Yeah, it looks pissed. Oh yeah, can you guys see that token?
Yeah, we can see. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Giant shark.
It's a big shark.
It's a big boy. She's a big girl, actually. Okay, anything else for your turn, Seaweed?
If I have movement, I would like to like move away.
Yeah.
But that's up to you.
Yeah, I'll allow it.
Somehow I lost my roll 20. Hold on. All right. Yep, but that's it. That's it. In toin.
Okay, go ahead and move your movement.
Okay.
Pretty sure these squares are 5 feet. Yep. Perfect. Okay, Myyrion. It's your turn.
Myyrion will kind of look at Diego when he says, make sure everyone gets out. And just be like, if I'm going in, I have to take off my armor.
Yeah, it's true.
Friends, there is a shark down there.
Hey, Seaweed, can you do that thing for other people as well?
Do what?
The shooting up from the water thing.
Oh, technically speaking, Seaweed would not need to have visual on the individuals. And perchance Seaweed may or may not have abilities of third level. Yes.
Nah, it's okay.
You see Myyrion just start stripping off his armor as his action.
Okay, go ahead and look up how long it takes to don and duff your armor. It should tell you. 'Cause some armor is 10 minutes to remove without just cutting the straps. Because yours is full plate adamantine, right?
It's not adamantine, but it is full plate.
It's the equivalent of adamantine. It's just from the Strixhaven book. Or the Ravnica book. I guess I think they do pretty much the same thing. It's a family heirloom.
Yeah, so then that would take the full time, I guess.
Yeah, it takes a long time to get it off, unless you cut the straps. So, what Myyrion could, let's see, with his passive investigation, with a 10, okay. So with his passive investigation of 10, there's potential someone in the party could mend the straps, but it's not guaranteed. Cutting the straps will let you take the armor off in an action, but it's a risk.
Before I say it, I'm gonna DM you something real quick.
Okay. Oh yeah, I see your armor has that extra saving throw thing. Yeah. Nice. It's good shit. Whisper, 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 whisper.
Whisper, 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 whisper. So you'll see Myyrion like reach for his armor strap and then be like, just shake his head real quick, like it'll take too long. And then, Diego, take this. And you see him pull out the crystal rose and hand it to Diego.
Diego will accept it. I'll hold it up for you. Is it?
No, see if you can use it.
Oh, I see if we use it. I'll give it a shot.
Okay. Are you going to try to use the rose?
Here? Diaz doesn't know exactly what it is, but you at least trust me to be on the up and up.
Okay. I will count that as your bonus action, Myyrion. On your turn, Diego, you will need to make a saving throw. I won't tell you which until your turn. As you attempt to use the rose. Okay, you've used your bonus action, Myyrion. What would you like to do with your action?
I still have movement, so I'll go to Seaweed.
Okay.
And I'll do healing hands.
Okie dokie. How much do you heal?
Let me roll for it. My D4s don't want to come out. That'll be a massive 6 points.
6 points of healing to you, Seaweed.
Oh, thank you so much.
Okay. And now is the top of the round, which means it's the shark's turn. But before then, we're going to take a quick bathroom break. We'll be right back.
Cliffhanger. Oh.
Don't go anywhere. And we are back. Kobold, what is your armor class?
I am AC 18.
Okay, the shark is going to twist its body, beady black eyes narrowing at you, and it is going to attack. Okay, I need you to make a strength saving throw.
I'm actually good at that. How does a dirty 20 sound?
Sounds good. It does not swallow you whole. It just merely bites for 15 points of piercing damage.
Ouch. The great warrior feels pain.
So it doesn't manage to grasp you. It just takes the chomp and nom out of the armor. Underwater, there's this muffled and then the shark pulls back, whipping its head back and forth. Right. It is your turn, Bingo.
Quick question.
Mm-hmm.
Can I use my Draconic Cry ability underwater?
With consequences, sure.
I figured there'd be consequences, but I'm down. I'm gonna let out a Draconic Cry to hopefully give me and my good buddy Durch advantage on this shark.
Read what it does for me.
Oh. You let out a cry that all enemies within 10. Out a cry that enemies within 10 feet of me until the start of my next turn. You and your allies have advantage on attack rolls against enemies that could hear you.
Okay. Something will happen at the end of your turn. You have advantage.
Okie dokie. I will once again cast a good old Green Flame Blade and swing my mace. That is a 17 plus 7. 24 to hit.
Hit.
And ooh, that's max damage. 8, 12, 18 points of damage.
Anything else for your turn?
That's gonna be it.
Make a death saving throw.
15.
You are drowning. But you do not fail a death saving throw. From here on out, you'll be messaging me your death saving throw so your party doesn't know.
Yes, my bad. I realized it.
Oh no, you're good. You are totally good, but expelling all that air to force that roar, you are now drinking water. Anything for Joymonger? Through the connection, he would sense vaguely maybe not how much danger Bingo is in, but enough to know it is significant.
He is smart enough to know not to just randomly jump in there, but he'd probably move to like a position to try to get a better view to help once ever the problem is cleared.
Okay, Durch.
Okay. If I do the same thing, can I yell something? Kind of? Underwater?
You can certainly try.
I would like to try and cast Animal Friendship on the shark.
Okay, what does this spell do to me? Read it.
Spell lets you convince a beast that you mean it no harm. Choose a beast that you can see within range. It must see and hear you. If the beast's intelligence is 4 or higher, the spell fails. Otherwise, the beast must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or be charmed by you for the spell's duration. If you or one of your companions harms the target, the spell ends.
Okay. What does it got to roll?
Wisdom 15.
A wisdom saving throw.
Come on, shark pet.
It fails.
Fuck yeah. Shark, get all of us to land, please.
Roll a death saving throw.
The music.
Dude, I'm freaking nuts.
15.
Okay, you cannot command it to get you to land because you've used all of your air to use the spell. We are now out of combat, but your party doesn't know that. The two of you are dying. You are drowning.
Okay.
Okay.
Then cunning action dash. I'm gonna go over to Bingo and try and grab him and dash with him away.
You cannot.
Okay.
Actually, you still have your bonus.
Then
action,
I'm just-
don't- No, you're using.
Yeah.
You're using your bonus, or do you get your bonus? Is cunning action?
As
It's your
dash.
bonus. Gotcha. So you can.
Yeah.
If you're
cunning action
dashing.
is bonus.
So if you're using it, you can. Unless you're
Okay.
gonna
So-
not use your cunning action, then you can, as a bonus action, allow you to use an athletics to grab him.
Was I close enough to him to get to him with regular movement though? Like I was here.
You are.
Regular movement.
You were still 10 feet away.
Yeah, he was.
So, I believe so, because you have 15.
Okay, so move to him. Can I grab him and dash, or just?
Nope, you
Grab
can
him.
only grab him as your bonus action.
Okay.
Roll
I'm
an-
gonna.
roll in athletics.
Oh God. I'm sorry.
But the shark now is swimming in happy circles around the two of you.
Okay, so it's clearly not hostile for me and my.
Yeah, this song is coming out of its fins.
Lovely.
So the two of you are drowning, and it's like, yeah, we're friends.
Oh God. That is a 17.
Okay, you managed to grab a hold of him. Trying to do it in the time of the music, but you know. Yeah. Okay, that's your turn, Durch.
Yeah.
All right. Diego, you, however, still think your party is in dire danger, and it's your turn.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Below the
This might kill
waves,
him.
it's happy. Above the waves, it's not.
Technically, everybody's
Well,
self-advantage my next turn, too.
Well, let's use that crystal rose that Myyrion gave me.
Okay, I need you to roll
What
a
happens?
wisdom
Okay.
saving throw.
Okay. What am I? There we go. Ooh, 12. And if I fail, I still have favored by the gods.
Okay, with a 12, you can feel arcane magic pulsing beneath the crystalline petals, but you are unable to tap into it with a 12.
Then may I use my class feature favored by the gods?
Yep.
Okay, that's a 2 and a 4. 18.
18. What level are you guys?
5?
Level 5?
5.
Yeah.
Alright,
Yeah.
alright, alright. Are you ready for this?
Oh
Yep.
God.
Alright. There you go. Once again, we're back to this music. But a voice that is whispered moonlight with a kiss of winter's touch. It is neither masculine nor feminine. The party has 1 minute to decide what they wish. As the voice says, "How may I grant your most divine wish?" Timer is on now. You may use a wish spell. You have 1 minute.
Oh God. Do whatever.
I mean, Diego did it, so I'm cool with it, whatever Diego does.
Yep. It's Diego's wish.
Diego's wish.
Yeah.
Oh boy. This is one bad. Have Durch and Bigo come up here safe and sound.
Are you sure you want to do a wish with a shiesty DM concerning us and not the shark?
I mean, I heard a good wish.
I did hear a good wish too, but she's sneaky. But that's on you. I'm at max health, so it doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, I do probably be more concerned about you guys than the shark.
I'm down.
So, yeah,
Let's do it.
Exact wording that Diego wishes for Durch and Bingo to safely return to camp where we are now.
Okay, your 1 minute
On
is
dry
up.
land.
I need you to roll a Constitution saving throw.
Should be 7. So 17.
Okay, as your heart begins to seize, you merely gain 2 levels of exhaustion. As you use the mightiest spell a mortal creature could possibly tap into. Diego and Durch. You feel the gravity around you begin to dilate, expanding, swirling, changing, and the two of you are jettisoned up through the air. I need everyone to make perception checks, please.
What? I don't get Jennison? Oh.
Would that be Bingo and Durch?
Yeah, Bingo and Durch. Who did I say?
Diego and Durch.
Whoops, my bad. Bingo and Durch.
Okay, never mind. Okay, I want some of that fun.
And you're like, I want to go.
I got it. Okay. I rolled a 1 for a 0. I got 0.
That's on brand.
30-20.
I got 0.
Are Durch and Bingo also rolling perceptions?
Yeah.
At 21.
Bingo got a 6.
Okay.
19.
Okay. Anyone that got an 11 or above. The geyser that spits both and water splashing everywhere, you see Bingo and Durch's form flying up into the air, only for this bright violet light to flash. Between one blink and the next, all of you are seated around the campfire. No sign of battle. It's as if nothing has happened. Hippolyta is sitting near her bedroll. Jormunga is rolling in the dirt nearby. All of you glancing around. What do you do?
Question. With my 0, what do I see?
You're just...
What do my eyes tell me?
Your elfin eyes, your Triton eyes tell you that, Well, Amber, for you to figure out, you were by the water and there was sharks and you have all the wounds from the shark, but now you're all seated around the campfire and everyone else doesn't... Your NPCs don't seem like anything has happened. That's bad. There are empty wine bottles around those of you that have drunk, but none of you feel drunk. Durch and Bingo are soaking wet, and so is Seaweed, but,
That's normal.
yeah, I mean, they could have gone for a little swim.
Out of curiosity, do we have water in our stomachs like we were just drowning?
Nope, you're safe. But your laps are covered in water throw up.
Bingo is just gonna ignore this. He doesn't like this.
Just
Never
not
happened.
talk about it.
Nope.
Myyrian's just gonna stare at Durch.
Diego looks exhausted. Needless to say.
I'm gonna go to sleep. Good night, guys. Wake me up when it's my turn for watch.
Myyrian will probably look at Diego next to him and just put his hand on his shoulder and just full lay on hands for 25.
Yeah, thank you. Here, we could have this back, so I don't know if it still has anything in it.
When you try to hand it back,
Still nice to look
it
at.
does not go. It refuses to leave your hand.
Well, Myyrian would like refuse it to start with. Just be like, I can't use that.
Why? Like it's not in your wheelhouse, or just you just don't like what this thing is, or whatever it is.
I am unable to. I don't know why. He kind of pauses when he says that.
May I please do an insight check? Or is that not? I guess it wouldn't make sense for Barney. Are you sure? Pause there for a bit.
Sure.
Okay.
Just hold on to it.
It doesn't seem to want to let go, so yeah. But if you ever do, we'll figure something out to give it back to you.
Yeah, if the time comes.
Yeah.
It was a gift from our friend early on, by the way.
The bar guy?
No. Our friends in the woods. Artemis.
Oh. That's nice of him.
Yeah.
Why? Was it just a sort of thank you present, or do y'all talk about something? If you don't mind me asking.
Myyrion kind of shakes his head a little bit and like, it's been a long day. I think it was a thank you present is what I can recall, and that it would help us in our time of need.
Well, it certainly did. I felt like I just ran a marathon. And yelled Nike at the top of my lungs.
I guess you should get some rest, and take the last watch shift.
Yeah, I don't mind changing the watch order. I know I was supposed to go first, but
I got
yeah,
it.
Appreciate it.
And then Myyrion will just kind of go back to staring at Durch.
Nego will lay in bed and just close his eyes. And put the rose in his bag.
All right. Does anyone else have any roleplay around the fire?
Oh, I do. Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, like, what?
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. So Seaweed's kind of like, Seaweed's so confused. Like, kind of in a catatonic state. Then, Hippolytos next to me? Yes?
Yep.
Hippolytos, Seaweed feels very strange. Like, Seaweed had a very weird, dream.
She looks up from her writing. A waking dream?
There was so many strange things that it confuses Seaweed so much. Seaweed remembers very well that during the dream, Myyrion was slapping his meat against Bingo. And Bingo was slapping his meat against Durch. Durch was slapping his meat against Myyrion.
The first question is not about the battle. It's about the meat slap.
There was much meat slapping going on.
I love that I just added in Bingo slapping me when he didn't.
It was a meat slapping triangle. Durch was getting slapped and then inadvertently slapping Bingo.
It was just a special relationship we have.
There was so much meat and so much slapping. He was so confused. The next thing that Seaweed was confused about was in the pond, Seaweed was eaten by a shark. How a shark live in the salt water? So, how did it get here? I just don't know. And the strangest of all, the weirdest part of the dream, Tyrael was nice to Seaweed.
She blinks.
There is so many. There is so much in Seaweed's head. Seaweed does not know what to do.
Perhaps.
Is this no, do we have a vision? Or was it just a dream? If it's not, no.
Perhaps, she like looks over at the rest of the party. As if
Sounds like it was.
asking for help. Like she looks a little like, what this?
It sounds like it was a fun and fanciful dream you had there, Seaweed.
Bingo, you're right. There is no way that can happen. Tyrael will never be that kind to Seaweed.
Oh, never say never, Seaweed.
You're right, but it's.
I think underneath all that gruff outer shell of Tyrael, he has nice feelings for you.
You're right.
I think
What those feel?
he's probably just easily embarrassed. Is what it seems like.
Oh, you're right.
Mhm. And
You're right.
you have different styles of communication. That's all. It's just different.
Okay, see. Should see. So, see, we go back to sleep. Oh. See, is worried that Seaweed will have more strange dreams.
Well, why don't you keep watch for a little while if you're worried about strange dreams, and then take a rest.
Okay.
Or you could focus on the good part.
Was there a good
Bingo,
part
which-
in that
which one
dream?
would be good part?
Would be the-
The Tyrael, the meat slapping, or the shark?
Oh, it's definitely the meat slapping.
Is that what Myyrion says?
Yeah, that is what Myyrion says.
Hippolyta like gives you a look.
I was referring to Tyrael being nice to Seaweed.
You're right.
I hope that part of the dream comes true for you.
Yes. Maybe one day, Seaweed will apologize for Tyrael not liking Seaweed. Yes. But Seaweed knows very much that's not today. That will never happen today.
I don't think it's that Tyrael doesn't like you, Seaweed. I think it's that you casually walked in on him bathing, and being naked is probably very sacred to him. I mean, some cultures, you know what that word means?
Yes.
Some cultures, it's only shared between lovers, committed to one each other in a commitment of mutual unionship. Just based off of some of his grumblings and his frustrated words, Yeah, it's the impression he gives me, is that it's something special. Regardless of if he gets a little drunk and fanciful. I think he's just trying to get on Myrion's level, and she gives you a look again.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're saying could have a different meaning to Tyrael.
You're right. That is so much we must learn.
It just takes time, and it's nothing you should hold against yourself, and you should continue to try.
Mm-hmm.
You'll make mistakes, we all will. It is natural. But it is in not giving up that makes everything worthwhile.
Okay. Seaweed will keep watch for a while and then sleep. And that's a bit thinking of the good parts. Yes. Question. I guess Seaweed's probably fidgeting around with stuff, probably like playing with their bucket. Is there a label of sorts on the bucket, like Seaweed, like, not as he stole, but like found like a discarded, like, this belongs to like an apple orchard or something like that?
On the bucket?
Yeah, like labeling or words.
Like there's a craftsman seal on it.
Oh, never mind.
So there's like a name, like on the words, but there's not like this is an apple orchard thing.
Oh, like it sounds like a company name or something.
Yes.
Or like. Okay, never mind. I'm just curious.
Okay, what are you looking for?
I was trying to see if Seaweed remembered she can read.
Yeah, I mean there's words on there. There's like the, you know, like made in China stamp or something like that. Made in USA, made in Taiwan, made in, you know, like that kind of a seal with like a little picture. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so like Seaweed, like somehow Seaweed is not reading. Like Seaweed is so confused. Like somehow a dream taught her to read, and Seaweed is so confused, and will just kind of sit there, unsure what to do, and just watch. The end.
Okay. Anyone else around the fire? Alright, I'm gonna purposely pick on people. We're gonna start with Myyrion.
Oh?
Yep, what are you doing?
Well, since Myrion's going to be taking first watch, she's probably getting ready to stand up and probably go move towards one of the pillars so that he could look or have a little bit more of a field of view.
Okay. And Seaweed's also looking. So I'll have both of you roll perceptions.
Okay. 16.
And Seaweed?
I rolled 2 for 1.
Hell yeah. Looks clear. Alright. Anything else for Myyrion?
He'd probably climb on top of this pillar back here.
Okay. Go ahead and roll an athletics for me.
22.
It's pretty easy, like, jaunt up there. Just like a 1-2 step. It also helps that you're so tall. Okay. Durch. You move to your bed, but sleep is difficult to find while you're soaking wet.
Hmm.
So what do you do?
Have we like started the watch stuff or?
Yep.
Because it okay. Yeah, he's just gonna kind of lay there and stare at the stars and contemplate life.
What do you think about specifically? If anything.
What the hell just happened, and it being yet another example of him fucking up and bringing the people that he has come to call friends in danger. So it's not really a happy mood.
Okay. Make a charisma saving throw.
That's a nat 20 for 25.
As you are thinking, there is a whisper of a voice. And promises of power. And keeping your friends safe and well. And you recognize vaguely with a critical. I don't know, with a critical, you absolutely recognize the Whispering Crown. And it shows you where it's kept on Diego's person. Diego, will you describe where it's kept?
It'll be in his bag, and inside the bag will be in a small pouch, right beside his paints.
Now with a critical, you do resist its call. But having wielded it once, you know what it's capable of. Unimaginable power. The power that even the gods themselves lust after.
Yeah, with that, he's gonna obviously soaking wet, not able to really sleep. He's gonna head over and try and talk to Diego. And hey, man, you awake?
Diego will crack his eyes and not really, but is everything okay?
That's what I wanted to ask you. Are you doing all right?
Yeah, I'm doing well enough. See, you have a knack to get yourself in a lot of trouble. Was that common when you were a kid?
Oh, yeah.
But I came up very aggressive. I didn't really mean it like that. I'm just generally curious.
No, it's okay. Yeah, I was always what would be considered a troublemaker. Never
That's
really
always
meant to.
bad. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I never really meant to. It just seems like sometimes, no matter how hard I try, it's never the right thing. But I'm okay. How are you doing?
Definitely considering I'm okay. I guess the thing we haven't talked about, the Settle group, I kind of forgot last time. I deal with, I have the crown, and it's I meant to tell all of you, but it kind of just slipped my mind.
No, you told us.
I
You
did?
told us. Yeah.
Oh, wow. I am exhausted. Yeah, no, it's just... The crown's just showing me a lot.
What's it showing you?
Showing me specifically memories of someone somewhere I believe Vakeen lives, if I'm remembering how he described his home correctly. Something about Nyx born invading Alra. And there was someone else, a woman painting. I think she was in chains.
What about the promises? Because I don't know about you, but even from all the way over there, it's still promising me that my friends will be safe.
It says what it wants. And I guess it may give you what you want short term, but when it happens, the way it will fulfill your request seems to only be the worst possible way.
Yeah. We all know that from when I used it.
What possessed you to do that anyway?
I wanted to incapacitate that guy and ask him questions. But I wasn't aware of the power of it.
Did they not tell you?
No, they didn't. But I can be pretty convincing when I want, so I may have told them I know what it is.
I don't know where to stand on that. Lying isn't always bad. Usually it is, but in this case, it kind of was. But if we didn't know, we wouldn't really, I guess, understand the severity of what we really have in our hands.
Yeah. That's very true.
Yeah.
Hey, I know you made that weird little blood pact with Hippolyta, but can you also just make me a promise as a friend?
Yeah, sure.
If that thing ever becomes too much, I sure as hell don't want it. But maybe there's some way that we can all share the burden and the risk that comes with it. So if it becomes too much, it doesn't have to be me, but let somebody know.
Yeah, I will do. And that was exactly what I promised Hippolyta. So, honestly, I didn't need a blood promise from her, but it's what she wanted.
Yeah, she's weird.
I don't know how she knows that, but, you know, it's definitely one of the things when you ask. what? God, I should be sleeping, but what really does drive you? Like, you may have your goals, but what is it you want in the end? What kind of world do you see?
He kind of looks down, and to be honest, until the Oracle, there was really only one thing that drove me, and that was hatred. And now the Oracle saved me, if you will, from that. So it is my goal to save her, because I know what she has been through. So I'm kind of in limbo right now, but yeah, it used to be hatred, but she gave me a way to free myself of that. I still have people to kill, but I'm less driven by my hatred.
That's good. If you never want to talk about what they exactly did or not, it's alright. But, yeah, I think it's good you're off that. I use it against you, and you'll be getting a heck of a lot more trouble than usual if you follow that sort of way of thinking.
More than usual, yeah.
Yeah. If anything, it's
What about you? What drives you? What's your end goal?
I want to be a nameless artist.
What does that entail?
Where I'm from, there's a real sickness. Sickness of the soul. And in this sickness, people, it tears them down. Makes them lose the will to live, to when it's the end of the day. I want to help cure that sickness. And it's a goal I know I will never live to see it completed. But as long as I put the foundations for others, we'll do it together. And I'm going to do it through my art by trying to find a style that I don't know how to describe it. A style that doesn't lack in beauty, but when others see it, to them, they can think, I could have done this. This is me. And thinking it and allowing that sort of connection be open to the messages I put in there. And that's why I don't want my name on paintings. I don't want them to think what Diego, or whatever they will know me as, thinks. I want it to be them. That's why I want to be a nameless artist.
I've seen some of your work, so I
It's
think you're well on your way.
nah.
Sure
Fancy
cheered me up.
Well, it's life has many phases, and I need to experience all of it. I need to know how to understand people. More I understand them, the better the work I can do. Because right now, it's just a pretty picture. But it needs more. It needs substance. I have a lot to learn.
Yeah, I think we all do. But I'm glad we met.
Me too. You keep things interesting. Say the least.
I promise I try not to.
Hey, we're learning, aren't we?
That we are.
And what counts is that we're all here, bits and all. So, it may have been horrifying, but it was experience you shouldn't forget.
Experience. Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
All right, man. I know you're exhausted. I know
Yeah.
how I felt. So, just remember, we're all in this together. So, if that thing ever becomes too much,
You know, this might sound really mean, but if there was like a chill version of this crown, we just need to give the crown to Seaweed, and yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know if that would be genius or detrimental. And with my luck in causing trouble, I will not be the one to make that decision.
Yeah.
But it might be worth a discussion with everybody else.
Yeah. If anything, for what it's worth, everyone here, Seaweed's the most open to learning. He's always asking questions. What are her strengths?
All right, man. Well,
Yeah.
try and get to sleep.
Alright, I think I will. Good talk, by the way. Good
Sorry I
talk.
woke you up. Yeah, good talk.
No, it was good.
All right. But try to go sleep.
Okay. Then continuing to pick on everybody. Bingo. Did I call on you yet?
Nope.
Okay, Bingo. What do you want to do?
Bingo wants to ask Seaweed about something from earlier in the day.
Okay. Go ahead.
He'll go over and approach her. Can Bingo ask you a personal question?
Yes, Bingo friend, what is it?
He'll motion to actually get some space from everybody else before he asks.
Going on? Sure, Seaweed falls.
Can I ask you about your people?
Seaweed tenses up a little bit, and then if Seaweed can help, Seaweed will say yes.
I want to know about your relationship with your people. Why those ones treated you so poorly.
Well, I guess he starts getting like a little fidgety, but for Tritons, rules are very important. Following the law, making sure things are proper is very, very, very important. And Seaweed broke that law. And so to the Triton, Seaweed was as the other said, Seaweed was seen as a spare. Seaweed was excess, and so Seaweed broke the law. There is so much happiness in, like, there is so much Seaweed can do up here. Seaweed can go anywhere, talk to anyone, and do. But down in the waters, it is very difficult. If you are not of the laws and of culture, then you are disliked. Yes.
Do you hate your own people?
Seaweed does not hate them, but Seaweed does not want to be there. For the first time in, like, Seaweed is experiencing so much, and so to go back there would be a very sad time for Seaweed. So
Bingo understands.
mm,
I'm happy you're here with us.
thank you, being a friend. Everyone here is very nice.
I think you're very nice.
Thank you, being a friend. I guess Seaweed awkwardly tries to hug you.
Bingo, I'll give her a hug.
Yeah, Seaweed's pretty tall, like 6 feet, so like it's a little.
Oh, he definitely has to like crawl up on you and give you a hug.
Yeah, don't worry. Also, like, Seaweed's already moist, so like your wetness doesn't matter. Seaweed doesn't even notice.
You remind Bingo of one of his children.
Hmm?
You remind Bingo of one of his children.
Are they also Triton?
No,
Oh,
they were just curious and free, like you.
yes.
I think you would have been good friends with them.
Seaweed just nods in agreement, like, mm-hmm.
Thank you for telling me about your people.
Seaweed just nods more. Seaweed is doing very important job of watching, so we shall watch more. Seaweed
Okay.
shall protect you.
That's lovely.
Mm-hmm. I guess Seaweed goes back to sitting with her bucket.
Bingo will go back with you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Diego, it's time to pick on you, even though you've already been picked on.
Yeah. Yeah, he's exhausted, so he's fast asleep until his watch comes.
Okay. First watch finishes. Wait, before then, any other roleplay? Did I miss anyone?
Did Myyrion get a chance?
Yeah, that was the first one.
Oh, I missed it.
Is there anything else for anyone? Including Myyrion? Anything else you'd like to do?
Bingo does want to actually shed his wet armor.
Okay. So
Give it a chance to dry.
Alright, so you take the 10 minutes to get it off and whatnot.
He'll actually even remove his little eye patch and give that a chance to dry as well.
Okie dokie. Okay, then first watch goes smooth. There is no sign of anything nefarious that you can tell. Just the sounds of the lapping waves of the lakeside, the subtle chill on the air, the sounds of crickets. Who do the both of you wake? We'll start with Myyrion. Who do you wake up for second watch?
Probably Durch.
Okay. Role play.
You just go.
Play it out if you want.
Myyrion would get him over and just like lightly shake Durch's shoulder.
Yeah.
Hey.
What?
Hey.
Hey.
Are you good to take watch?
Yeah. Customary swig of bottomless coffee. Yeah, I'm alright.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. It's been quiet so far. No land sharks or anything like that.
Thank God. You gotta admit, though, that would have been a cool pet.
Do I need to remind you that it tried to eat you?
Hey, I mean, maybe.
It would have been cool, though. But
Yeah.
the use is restricted.
Cool. Yeah. All right, man. Get some sleep.
I'll try my best.
All right, Seaweed. Who do you wake?
I think I go for Bingo.
Okay. Role play it out.
Oh, we have to roleplay it? Okay. Bingo, I guess the first sensation you feel, because you were taking time to dry yourself, is wetness, the moist. It is returned. So I guess Seaweed just gently shakes you. Make a friend! Are you able to watch?
Of course. Of course. It takes like a moment to like wake up. He kind of takes a moment, realizes he's still kind of got most of his armor off. And he'll feel and like, oh, doesn't have his eye patch. When he blinks, you'll notice he's actually missing the actual eyeball from the eye that has that's normally eye patched. And he'll walk over to his armor and start donning the armor. And finish up by putting on the eye patch.
Thank you, friend.
Of course.
Okay. Durch and Bingo. Both of you roll perception checks, and if there's any roleplay between the two of you, now would be the time to do so.
That's not ominous.
You'd probably get a chance to see Bingo without his eye patch too, as he's putting everything on.
Yeah. He's just trying to dry off by the fire.
Has Bingo's clothes dried out over the time he's taken a rest?
They're still damp, but for the most part, yes.
He'll just huddle up closer to the fire, hope that they dry out a little bit better.
Okay. Just make sure the two of you type in what you got on those perception checks for your watch in the chat, please. For no nefarious reason.
Right.
Bingo will look over to Durch and... Are you okay?
I'm fine. You almost got eaten. Are you okay?
I don't know what you're talking about. That was some sort of crazy seaweed dream.
Right, that we were all a part of and
Mm-hmm.
almost
Some sort of crazy
died
seaweed
from.
dream.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, as long as you're good, I'm fine.
Can I roll insight to see if you're fine?
Go for it.
What does a 22 tell me about how fine you are?
I'm fine.
Okay, that's-
Yeah, I'm full hit points. There's nothing wrong with me.
Good emotionally.
Yeah. He's dwelling a bit, but after his discussion with Diego, I don't know. He's feeling a little better.
You're looking better. That's good.
Thank you.
You remind me of my kid I used to worry about.
How many kids have you had?
6.
In 100 years? That seems... I'll be honest, I don't know anything about kobolds. Is that a low number? A high number?
It's low for how long I've lived, I guess. I've been very busy. I was... my race kind of has a hierarchical society, and I was born to a higher class. So I was more busy and never really took the time to have the amount of kids I probably should have.
Do you know, like, how you've lived so long?
So from what I can tell, somewhere around in our 20s, kobolds have contracted a nearly fatal disease. Normally fatal. I'm the only one I know who's ever overcome it.
Hmm.
And I've
That
been
sounds like
lucky
it.
enough to not be killed from any other mishap. And the disease hasn't returned.
That kind of sounds like a blessing and a curse.
It's sad to watch all my friends and family die around me.
But I imagine you've made a plethora more friends and family.
I do. But I love my people. I love my people very much. And it saddens me. All the ones that aren't with me anymore.
Yeah.
But I'm lucky. I have friends. I have goals. I'm on an adventure. And he'll give you a little smile.
This is quite an adventure, isn't it?
Far bigger an adventure than I ever thought I would have.
Even with the mysterious Lady Hippolyta?
Of course I knew big things were happening for Lady Hippolyta. I just didn't think I'd live long enough to be a part of them.
Well, I, for one, am glad you have.
I'm glad I'm alive, too. There's still much I would like to do.
Me too.
What are your goals, out of curiosity?
I'm going to kill Ares.
That's very interesting.
Yeah. And along the way, I'm going to free the Oracle.
I will help you with that. The Oracle is very nice.
Agree. I'm sure she would appreciate that.
All right. At this point in your conversation, there are strange calls in the night, some distance away. I need both of you to roll natures.
Nature.
I want to spend an inspiration. Well, I rolled double nat one.
Oof.
All right, Durch, what'd you get?
12.
Neither of you is able to place what animal it is.
Pet?
There are several that answer the first voice. A yipping cry. What would you like to do?
Bingo will begin arousing the party a little bit concerned about this, fearing the worst.
Okay, rousing them will interrupt their long rest.
Hold on. Before you do that, should we... I'm pretty sneaky. I might be able to see what's going on. Or what that is.
Okay. I will hold off and...
It's been a big day for everybody.
Everybody needs a rest. I just would rather not get surprised if it is another attack.
Where am I hearing it from?
The north.
North. Okay. Yeah, I'll roll stealth and try and get closer to the sound and see if I can figure out what it is.
You will roll a stealth and survival to get closer to the sound via tracking.
Stealth is a 22.
Okay.
Oh, inspiration for that survival.
As he goes off, can I cast a guidance on him to help him out? It's okay if it's too late.
I'll allow it.
Yay! Still have my one inspiration left. 15 survival.
15? Okay, give me one
Yep.
second to make some rolls of my own.
That's always a great sign.
Okay, make me a perception check really quick, please.
Sure. So, well, does guidance only work once, or do I get to roll with advantage for like a certain amount of time?
Just once.
It's the ones, yeah.
Perception 12.
Okay. You're going to keep moving north and west, tracking the noise, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's probably a half an hour out that you spot them. A half an hour because you're moving slow and stealthy. A pack of dogs with overdeveloped shoulders. And some of them have a razor mane that starts about mid-back, hairs sticking straight up. Very similar to a horse's mane that's been cut. What's curious about these dogs, the lower halves of their legs are a solid black-brown, and their fur, which is a gray-black, has the same black-brown as the paws, as stripes on their back. And they almost laugh as they make sounds back and forth. They are on the move, and with your survival, you can tell that they are hunting. What would you like to do?
Can I tell if they're getting closer or farther away?
Their ambling is a little back and forth, but you do feel that they will, within the next hour, be around your camp. Close enough to potentially be a danger.
Okay, we're gonna go back. How many?
That you can see immediately, about 6 or 7.
Okay.
What's your passive perception?
Low. 11.
You think that there are 3 or 4 pups hidden in the long grass. Only because you can hear them.
And these are definitely not friendly dogs.
I mean, do you want to roll to really examine?
From stealth? Or, yeah, if I can.
It'll just mean you're there longer watching them.
So I'm half an hour out, and they're about an hour from being at the camp. Yeah. Let me.
Yeah?
No.
No.
Nope. I'll go back.
You go back. Okay. You get back and, before you get back, bingo, roll perception.
That is a dirty 20.
Durch has been gone a long time at this point. Almost an hour. And you feel a little uneasy. I need you to roll an insight for me.
That is a natural 20.
The natural 20. Even though you do not hear whatever it is that is approaching the camp, you feel something with lethal capability approach. A change in the air.
Can I try to cut it off and meet it before it gets to the actual camp?
You can certainly try. Do you swing first? Or what action do you hold?
I want to try to talk whatever it is away.
You want to talk? Okay, so you're looking. So it's something that you're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
And you're trying to be sneaky?
No, I'm trying to make sure it finds me before it finds my party.
So you're gonna try and rush out and meet it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So instead of like attacking or anything, you're just trying to get in its way.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Just so I know, both of you, Durch and Bingo, go ahead and roll initiatives for me.
Aye, aye. 15 plus 2, 17.
What'd you get?
17 for me.
And Durch? Sorry, if you said I couldn't hear you, Durch.
I can't hear Durch either.
Muted.
6. Holy cow. Sorry.
There he is.
Okay. You hear the whisper of your short kobold legs running, Bingo. Brushing past one another in quick haste. And you can hear it. It is quiet as a big cat on the prowl. You prep, making sure your weapons and shield are where they need to be. You take a breath. And you lunge in front of Durch. Durch, you... as this tiny, angry kobold leaps out of the dark in front of you.
Ah! Hello. You scared me.
Well, you were gone for so long.
Sorry, yeah, they were far away, but they should be on us within probably half an hour, so I think your original judgment to wake everybody up was probably a good idea.
We'll probably have to move camp.
Yeah, that might be a good idea. And the faster the better?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know exactly where we could go, and I'd relay what I saw. Scary looking dog things. I don't know 100% if they're out for...
As Durch describes them, roll a nature, Bingo.
Nature from the bingo. That is a 15.
All right, I'm gonna whisper it to you.
Okay. sounds like it could be hyenas.
You know, I thought just by the way they sounded that it might be that, but I wasn't really sure.
Do you still want
I'm
to
not
wake everyone up?
100% sure. What do you think? I think they were probably 6 and some change, maybe some pups. Do you think that we can handle that? Or...
You know what we could do? If we have a little bit of extra food, we could probably make a trail going around our camp, and they'll probably follow that and just ignore us.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
We'll take out the campfire, make it so they don't see us coming or see us, and then maybe they'll just ignore us.
And then we'll just keep watch, and if they get too close, we'll wake everybody up.
Exactly.
Yeah. Let's do that. Sounds like a good idea.
Okay, so the two of you are going to finish your watch.
Mm-hmm.
Roll one last perception.
Oh, we're gonna make like a trail for them to follow too.
Yeah.
Can we roll like a survival or something for that?
Sure can. So you're going to take some of your rations and sprinkle them?
Yeah.
Specifically trying to put them on a trail to find some other little bit of food and hopefully just ignore us.
You cannot use inspiration rolls for this check. Roll your survivals.
Can I guide myself?
You certainly can.
Gracias. I'm glad. It is 8, 10, 14, 17.
So just so I have a visual, the two of you are wandering far enough away from camp that these hyenas, if that's what they turn out to be, do not intercept where everyone is resting.
Exactly.
Okie dokie.
I think it should be one of us. And I got an 18 survival.
You already said
One should
both of you were
steer.
going.
We made a mistake. It's fine. We'll live with our mistake.
Okay. Oh.
I just autopiloted yes too fast.
Okay. Yeah, 18 for me.
17 for me.
All right. You are successful, as far as you can tell, in creating this bait. When you return, roll perceptions.
Huh.
I got a 15.
Good, somebody did. I got a 3.
All right, Durch, you're quite distracted. Despite the savage look of those dogs, your need and desire for an animal, a pet, a familiar, is sort of overriding the maw of sharp teeth. They had puppies. I mean, you could, if this is successful, I mean, the puppies, what if they get big enough that it could be like a horse size and it was your friend? So you are otherwise preoccupied, but bingo. There is a glow emanating from camp before you arrive. A ghastly green that's got the effect of the purple light within the green is like a dropper of ink in a glass of water, spreading, filling, dark. For some reason, something in your gut tells you to run. But in running, you would leave Durch, who is otherwise distracted. You do not have the facilities to verbalize. It's simply a choice you must make. Do you run?
I'm running toward.
Or do you stay? You leave Durch?
Durch can survive.
Okay,
I trust Durch.
I just want to make sure.
I believe in Durch not dying on his own.
Okay. Durch, Bingo books it into the long grass. But you think nothing of it with your 3. Instead, behind you, back towards the trail, in the sky, much like the godly divine event before, there are 2 streaking stars that glance like the sharp side of a blade. There's a concussive sound that's far away of pop in the air. And one of the stars plummets to the earth in a flash of light. It's so bright that you miss the flare from camp. What do you do?
I don't know. I think I think Durch would realize that he is alone and recognize kind of what happened and want to relay that to the team. So regardless of whether he saw the light at the camp or not, or cared whether Vigo ran off or not, I think he would want to go tell people what's going on. And also, he did realize that we left him without a guard. So he would go back to the camp to try and relay.
Do you run?
You
give
trot?
up any kind of haste, you give up your stealth.
Yeah.
You run.
Yeah, we're gonna run.
Okay, you run. All right, Bingo. Passive perception.
13.
Okay. There is nothing different in camp. The waves simply lap, the crickets chirp, and a cold kiss of the north wind filters through. Gentle snores can be heard emanating from several sleeping bags and tents. Everyone appears to be accounted for. Jormungandr raises his head to look at you and lets out a little squeak and chuff. Shortly behind you is Durch. Both of you breathing hard, having just sprinted about a half a mile. Everything looks clear. And we're going to take our second break of the night right here.
What a cliffhanger.
Chat, make sure you get up and stretch, get some water. Players as well, get some water. I am going to do a quick stretch myself, but we'll be right back. All right, you return to camp.
I would like to cast a Detect Magic.
Read the spell to me.
For the duration, you sense the presence of magic within 30 feet of myself. And if you sense magic in this way, you can use your action to see a faint aura around any visible creature or object that in the area that bears magic, and you can learn what its school of magic, if any.
Okay.
And because I'm actually using a spell slot, it's only going to take an action.
All right. A couple of things glow faintly, different colors, all enchantment. They are items worn or carried or set aside by your party. But the item that stands out the most is the bag in which the Whispering Crown has been placed. And as you reach, Diego, you hear the whispers. And I need you to make a charisma saving throw.
Dirty 20.
Okay, you resist the call, but the voice is clear.
I can give you what you desire most. You need only reach out and take the crown for yourself.
It's okay. Odin's already gonna give me what I desire most.
I am Odin.
You are a mighty god, but you're not my Odin.
There are no more whispers. None that are clear. Only a cacophony of multi-layered, interlapping beckons and calls. As you resist. Okay. What do the two of you do now?
I'm gonna tell Bingo what I saw in the sky. Basically the same thing that we saw.
That's also dangerous.
Yeah.
Should one of us go check on that? One of us this time.
Yeah. Did I see how far away it was?
You
Like,
would
could I
need to
tell?
make an intelligence saving throw to recall.
Still cursed. That would be a nat 20 though.
About a mile and a half off is probably where the second star landed, which you guess is another god falling.
Right, that's the assumption. Yeah. You how are you doing? Are you okay?
I'm perfectly fine. He's definitely like bleeding.
Huh. Okay. Well, you stay here with everyone else and wake everybody if something happens. I'm gonna go see what's up with these god people.
Do you really want to go? I think I might be able to. I might be able to get there a little bit faster.
With your
I'll take Jorgamunder. To be honest, I'm also kind of curious.
Do you think you can wake up Hippolyta and get her to heal you before you leave? Because you're looking a little worse for wear.
I can heal myself.
I
am a
Durch
cleric
being
of Odin, after all.
Yeah, being a magic initiate, he can cast spells, but like he doesn't quite understand everything, and he just like throws up his hands like, why are you still bleeding?
As a caster, it's important to conserve your spells. You never know when dangers may arise, and I'm probably far more prudent than I should be.
Alright, I'll leave it up to you. After everything that has happened today, I have not been hit at all. somehow, miraculously.
I make a good distraction, don't I?
Yeah. So if you would like to go, you should probably heal yourself first, but then you're down some slots and stuff. Whereas I can be kind of sneaky. So it's up to you.
Have a little faith in me. I'll
All right.
cast a 3rd level cure wounds on myself.
You'll have to teach me that someday when we're not drunk and not gonna summon a shark. All
I
right,
don't know if you can learn that type of magic.
maybe I can't, but I can try.
I will try. I'm gonna go wake up Jorgamunder.
Okay. He hops right up to his feet.
Are you ready for a little night run, my friend?
He makes a big squeak.
I'll get on top of him, and I'll point him in the direction that Durch told me.
Roll a survival. You cannot use inspiration.
Dirk's
Can I
just
guide
gonna
myself?
say, "You take care of him." To Jorgamunder.
Nope. No guidance. Just a straight roll.
Okie dokie. That is a 22.
Okay. Alright, so you ride off into the night.
You can go in Jorgamunder.
And we meanwhile. Durch, to finish out your watch, roll a perception.
That is another nat 20.
All is clear. Save for one of the same creature you saw, lingering at the edge of the firelight, sniffing.
Oh my god!
Gangly and adolescent looking. The hyena watches you from the dark.
Animal handling.
Roll it.
I want to offer it some food. Uh, 17 plus 4, whatever that is, 21.
Okay. It is interested. But it's a standoff. It watching you, you watching it. It does sniff the air, knowing what you have is succulent, edible. But it does not move into the firelight.
The only move that I'm gonna make is not towards it, but kind of step outside of the firelight into sort of shadowy area. Just keeping the food.
You keep the food in your hand?
Yeah, just keeping it kind of out in front of me, slowly moving into the shadows. And then I'm gonna set it down in front of me.
Okay. Very slowly. You wait 5, 10 minutes, and then the adolescent hyena snatches the food and bounds backwards, keeping a healthy distance between the two of you. And it makes that curious yipping sound. It's almost a chuckle, but not quite.
I'm just gonna kind of talk to it, like, how's that taste? Is that good? Don't worry. Everything's gonna be alright. Did you get lost from your pack?
It watches you curious. With animal intelligence. wishing for more food.
I'm gonna step back into the light and pick over whatever's left and pretty much do the same thing. Drop it a little bit closer to me. And I'm gonna, like, squat down on its level, not like... Yeah, just kind of squatting down as if you're waiting for a dog to come to you.
Okay. So these are the sounds it makes.
They're good boy sounds.
They're different than a regular dog. Some of them are kind of screeching, yipping, trilling. Roll one more animal handling for me.
With pleasure. Inspiration. 23.
Okay. What you can perceive as a growl or a mad sound, you think it's happy. It does hop similar to a dog, but there's just something ravenous about it. When it lowers its chest to the ground, butt in the air, the body language mimics a dog. But its boxy head and mouthful of teeth, when it snarls like a big, ugly yellow smile that smells like trash, it's a little intimidating. But for the rest of your watch, if you continue to feed it, it lingers.
Oh yeah, it's getting fed.
Okay? It doesn't ever get close enough for you to discern what gender it is. But when you run out of food and your watch nears an end, it doesn't leave too far away from the camp. And you believe you've taken the first step to taming a hyena.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Bingo. Roll a perception.
That's a me. A 13.
13. Nice, okay. You do eventually come to the crater. But whatever star that fell, there is only a smoldering epicenter, blackened, burned away. Whatever was here is no longer. The smell of ozone and lingering residuum is rife. Magic was used. Magic was lost. A quick glance around the surroundings. You see the decimation in the woods. Trees just blown up from the roots, scorched, almost a perfect circle around the explosion. But nothing else.
Can I spend a little bit of time looking around the area to see if the goddess lingered somewhere? Or...
Roll an investigation.
Sure. Good old -1. That's a 15.
You don't find anything out of order. There are scorch marks that leave into the trees, but they don't go very far. They could have literally been pieces of the earth, heated up, molten, that skidded across the crust.
I'll try to call out just in case the god is in hiding. It's okay. I was just came by to make sure you're all right. See who may have fell from the heavens.
Nothing. No response.
I'll linger for a little bit before slowly gonna make my way back.
Okay. On your way back, roll perception.
That is a natural 20.
Okay. You pass through the original post, the original hunting line of the hyenas, only to see like where they've moved on, and then you see. At first, you smell it, this really sharp coppery scent, and then you come upon it. The scene of their hunt, a doe that they've downed and are feasting on. Some of them making that vile, it's almost a snarling giggle. The few that do see you and Jormunger let out a warning, but Jormunger returns with his large and deep weasel yip and a hiss. And both the pack and Jormunger decide simply to go on their way. Otherwise, you make it back to camp unharmed, if a little chillier. The deeper it's come into the night, it's moved into the night, sorry, the colder it's become. Second watch is ending.
I'll make sure to report to Durch. I found the crash site, but nobody was home.
I wonder if they were demolished?
I fear that I may have been just too late.
Yeah, after what happened last time, I didn't want to just go explore by myself. I figured I should at least tell someone what's going on so that somebody knows.
Yeah, I made a foolish mistake. My old age is getting to me.
It's alright, old man. We forgive you. Guess what?
Oh, what?
I found a puppy.
A puppy, you say?
Yeah. I don't know what it is yet, but he seems to like food.
Would you care to point out this puppy?
He's over there somewhere. He like points to the shadows.
When you look
I'll
and
take
go,
one.
there's nothing. There is nothing there. It's clearly his desperation to have a puppy. This poor boy. So lonely.
I swear I found a puppy.
Dingo, just look over and just nod very understandingly. Good for you, Durch. I'm happy for you.
Thank you.
Okay, who do you wake for third watch?
I'm gonna wake Tyrael
Oh, okay.
if I can.
You go into his tent and wake him?
Yeah, because I know Diego's pooped.
Mm-hmm.
He would have had enough rest at this point if you want to wake Diego.
Can I wake Vakeen?
No.
Who else hasn't gone?
I think just Diego.
I don't want to wake Diego.
You wait Hippolyta and make And make her do all the work for this last one.
Bingo is silently
should-
going to do a double watch.
You should wake party members.
Bingo will check on Diego.
Seaweed's pointing at her face.
Oh, Seaweed didn't go?
I thought Seaweed was first watch.
Yeah.
No
I thought-
idea, but if you need someone, I can help.
I'll start by checking on Diego. That's a good idea.
Yeah, Seaweed was first watch.
Yes, she was. Okay, you wake Diego.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yep.
How are you feeling?
Oh, Bear. Let me just. And Diego will just cast lesser restoration on myself.
Okay.
Man, I cannot say that for left of me.
It's alright, we all know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you sure you're good enough to take watch?
Yeah, I'm not more energized now. I can do it.
I know you can do it. I just worry about you. I need you to save your strength.
Nah, I got this. Besides, I slept plenty. I don't think I'll get much more from any more sleep.
I understand. Do be careful. There were some wild animals, and we have suspicion of a god falling.
Another one?
Mm-hmm.
Is there like a wet floor and like their little haven and they keep on slipping and falling off that floor and falling onto the ground?
I believe it was a conflict last time. I don't know what caused it this time. I believe Durch is the one who saw it.
Gotta be a wet floor.
It's got to be a wet floor.
Yeah, it'd be pretty funny. Yeah.
Do be careful. I will accept my rest, thankfully. I am quite tired after an eventful watch.
Yeah, you go do your thing. Thank you, Bingo. Anything else I should know?
There was a band of what I believe might be hyenas. But we kind of threw them off the trail of the camp, so we should be fairly safe. But just keep an eye out and wake us up if anything happens.
Yeah, we'll do.
I found a puppy.
I did. Is it cute?
Oh, it's adorable. Just wait until you see it.
I can't wait. You're really good with animals, you know?
I try.
Hey, maybe I consider focusing in on that talent.
Yeah, animals do seem to like me. I don't know why.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
get some rest. I'm just gonna stretch a bit.
All right, mate. Be safe.
Yeah, will do.
Okay. So, is it just gonna be Diego for last watch, or do you go wake Hippolyta or Tyrael?
Tyrael. I woke up Tyrael.
Okay. He doesn't say much. There is a bit of a grumble. But he gets up with Diego.
Wakey, wakey, hands off Snakey.
curious. Phrasing. Good night, Durch.
Would you like some coffee before you start your watch?
Is it poisoned?
Probably.
Then no, thank you.
Oh well. Just takes a swig and then goes back to sleep.
He watches you with suspicion. Alright, any roleplay from you, Diego?
Diego will walk up and go to this wall right here with his paint, and will make an arrow pointing towards the lake with the words beware of shark, maybe.
Okay.
And while doing that, he will talk to Tyrion, ask, so you were an adventurer? What kind of adventures did you go on? Why?
You asked a lot of questions all at once. What answer do you want first?
Whether or not you're an adventurer, and why? Like, did you just want to see the world, or what's the reason?
Well, I am incredibly old, Diego.
Hmm?
So, at first it was curiosity. Plain and simple.
Good movie, isn't he?
What is your passive insight?
Should be 14.
It was not just curiosity. He is absolutely lying.
You know, when there's a sort of curiosity with people, I mean, forgive me for saying this, it tends to be a lot more excitement, sort of willingness to share the knowledge of what you found or make allusions to it. You sound a bit, I don't know what to say, hurt by what you found?
I suppose you could say that. The world is an unkind place. Just typically and in general. To no one's fault, it's just the way it is. The way it's always been. And the way I imagine it will continue to be.
Yeah, it'll always be that. But more often people don't see the kindness that others do for them.
You fall among that population?
Yeah. I guess I was really curious about your adventuring because that's exactly what my dad did. Yeah. Ventured around just because in his own way he was curious about things too.
I don't think I actually have really spoken to you before.
Yeah. Usually you have your hands full.
Indeed.
I appreciate what you do. Honestly, and not just a treasure.
He takes a deep breath. Well, currently, my chief worry are these Nyx born. They are spreading across Theros, and they have continued to do so for decades now.
Not coming from hearsay, or what do you know of the Nyxborn? And is it just hearsay, or have you actually ever encountered them? I imagine you at least would have, considering you did travel around.
My intentions were to send you to a particular place to see that the Nyx spawn were taken care of, to reopen trade. God damn it, dog.
Sorry, the puppy is eating things out of the trash can.
Delicious treats can be found there.
Come on, get out of here. Go. At that point, when Tyrael says that, you see the hyena eating some trash, and then it looks up, and then it bounds off into the dark. But Tyrael says, most Nyx born are unable to pass into this realm, but to the common man, they are a significant threat. In my travels, I preferred to stay at Delphi. Mostly because I understand the powerful ache that is loneliness that surrounds the Oracle. Trapped in her temple, bound to her service and her duty. So whenever I could, I would visit, bring trinkets, baubles, items. It's a job when you're a trader and a merchant. But then there were the disappearances. More and more young being lost. I decided to investigate. And the Nyxborn are beyond description. A true Nyxborn. Sent by the god of the dark. Supposedly. A god no longer worshipped except for those of the most profane ideologies. I dare not speak his name, but for academic purposes. For you see, there are two. The goddess Nyx herself, who sprang up from the primordial chaos, or who existed before the chaos, I have not yet determined which. And then her forebear, Erebus, or Erebos, depending on which region.
So, this Erebus person, god, whatever you would call it, just bad news overall?
Indeed. According to text. There's always a chance that the text is false. History is written by the victor, after all, and there have been many wars across the centuries.
So it could be someone who is opposing and just telling from their point of view.
He shrugs. History is powerful. It's funny. Kings think they wield unimaginable armies. Warriors think that through the swing of their blade, they are life and death. But what it really is, young Diego, it is a flick of the scribe's pen. that delineates our reality, our entire existence for generations. All it takes is but one generation to wipe out the last.
Huh. So you were probably just searching for history. You seem to be somewhat of a more of a student, if anything, from the way you're talking about history.
A scholar. I used to be a truth seeker, but that only ends up with your friends dead.
I can see why you push so many people away.
Well,
Then.
that and they're incredibly rude. They're also flirtatious without understanding what it means. Promises made on silken tongues. Forgive me, I'm irritated. And he has a decanter of endless coffee, which looks crazy similar to Durch's. Like crazy, like even down to the dings. But he just pulls it out from his side like he's always had it casually and pours himself a cup and then asks you if you'd like some because he has cream and sugar.
Ah, yes, please. So who was it?
Whom? Sorry.
What was the straw that broke the camel's back that made you so averse to showing who you really are? Because you keep on pushing people back, yet you constantly go out to the Oracle who's lonely, keep on giving her gifts, so she wouldn't feel that pain. You got your way to help investigate the mysteries of these missing kids.
Just because I don't want
You
to...
care a lot.
Hold on. Just because I don't want to be close to people, because I don't want to let them invade my space, walk in on me naked, or threaten me because I'm apparently too prickly, because I don't like that, doesn't mean I don't care. Doesn't mean I don't recognize how important it is to make connections.
I'm sorry, that was unfortunate wording on my part. What I really mean is maybe just because the way you're deduced, which involves a lot of kidnapping, unfortunately,
Indeed.
you always seem incredibly guarded. I understand it with strangers, but I don't know. It just seems that something's just hanging on you. I'm sorry if it's getting too personal. We don't know each other that very well, but...
How's this? You tell me something incredibly personal and very deeply embarrassing, and I'll do the same.
Not really personal, but it's embarrassing. I don't really have that much life experience. All I can say is that I once wet the bed when I was 12, and I was really embarrassed by that. But that's not exactly personal.
He just takes a long drink out of his mug. As if inviting you and also waiting for you to expound.
Let me put it this way,
He finally says.
You're asking me to explain why I am the way I am, and though I am unafraid of personal reflection, I am also very aware of what I am, which is a prickly old man. So, let me ask you this. Why are you the way you are, Diego?
This isn't embarrassing, but it is a regret. Where I lived, people, I feel like I'm being repeating myself a lot, but a lot of people suffered, but behind that suffering, the hundreds of people that sort of gave up, including me, there were these incredible few who always kept fighting. A doctor who always overcharged for his medicine so he always had money to make antidotes for sick children in his neighborhood. A dwarf who always fought to make sure his workers always had pay, even though it kept on getting smaller and smaller year after year. And there's only a few of the many amazing people. I didn't see the kindness they gave me. I was too wrapped up in my own problems. Too wrapped up seeing people were suffering the same as me. And because of that, because they cared, they may not be here anymore. Because they just didn't want to see a boy they saw grow up die. If I was more open, if I could actually see what was right in front of me, I could have been there. I could have been right by their side, fighting alongside them, helping better the community, even if it's just bit by bit. I became who I am because of them. God may have brought life back into me, but it was people, not driven by any sort of prophecy, by any sort of monetary gain. They're the ones who helped me set me on my way. I am a true optimist because of them.
Then we are similar, both shaped by the people around us, our community. Though mine has time. Lots of time.
I understand that greatly. It's from what I understand, it's incredibly painful for elves like you who live so incredibly long to make connections of people who live in the blink of an eye for you. There weren't times that I didn't see an elf who made connection, a love with a short-lived race, and had to outlive both their lover and their children. Pain, I can't imagine it.
It's nothing you need concern yourself with. It isn't your problem. You shouldn't make it yours. Though I thank you for the empathy.
Just because you can't never really understand each other's pain doesn't mean you don't understand how it is to be hurt.
Oh,
It's all right.
Of course not. However, if you try to carry the burden of the world, young Diego, and you try to fix everyone and give everyone a chance, you might end up getting those you care about killed.
And there's something about his expression as he says this that I need you to roll an insight.
This is worth a reroll. Excellent. It's a 19 for a 23.
I think you know he is speaking from experience.
Sometimes there are those who cannot be redeemed. Sometimes there is true evil, because there has to be a balance.
And he's looking out over the fire into the darkness, and a cool breeze causes the flames to dance across his face, casting the lines in harsh shadows.
Sometimes you realize, or you don't, but you experience. And the pain is good. The pain is the best teacher. The harsh that you will never forget. Diego, you will never learn. We never learn. Though I live, I can still be killed. It is a natural fact of my race. But as I tarry and linger, this is why I am the way I am. And since you shared with me, let me gift you this. Evil is very good at disguising itself as something wholesome, as something lovable. Evil knows the taste of hope. And I want you to think of this. I want you to mull it over. But what if, when Pandora's box was open and hope was the last thing that came out, it was a lie? What if hope is just a demon? To give you an idea that there is a chance when there is none. When there will always be evil. Forever, unyielding and unchanging. So long as we tarry in this existence. Certainly heaven and the celestials are different. They must be, right? But if you can never reach them, and you are trapped in eternity in this primordial existence, is it not true then that there is never really hope? There is never really goodness? Certainly, there must be good. There is true good, true connection. But when evil is so good at disguising itself, can you really trust yourself in what you see? Think about it. Diego. What if hope is just a demon that was released last from the box sprung in the dark by a curious girl left alone to guard a ward?
Well, that's probably because she was looking for hope in a box. Hope is something that needs to come within you. That's why I consider myself an optimist. a true optimist. There is a lot of evil in this world, a lot of darkness. But an optimist, a true one, will always keep on trying to find their way. They will always keep on trying to find that answer. Even if that answer, like what's in that box, is wrong. They pick themselves up, even if they only have a month or a day to live. And they keep on trying to find that answer.
Ah, so even in failure, they should continue. Interesting.
You will always struggle. But that's what connects us. Everyone.
Right. Pain is an excellent teacher.
Nah. There's only ever pain to look forward to. I don't think anyone would ever try to struggle. We struggle because we desire connection, love, hope. A lot of times people are shown it. Some, unfortunately, are not. But they see it, and some desperately want it.
Hope is dangerous in the wrong hands. Wielded correctly, politicians use it to move legalities and nations.
That's true.
And they wield it to make those suffer. Because they can. And this power structure doesn't change. There is nothing you or I could do to change it. Unless we took over and totalitarian, like a tyrant, we force everyone to peace, but then that's not really a way to live, is it?
Yeah.
So, there has to be some level of chaos, no?
I think what you don't realize, you talked about warriors who afflicted blades, taking their life and death. A lot of heroes, stories about heroes talk about that, but they really talk about the things in between. People who taught the heroes, the people who crafted the blade. Sure, they may not have swung it, but without them, the hero would have been nothing. Same with kings. What's a king without people? Just a crazy man on top of a hill spouting bullshit. I think that's the first time I cussed before I left my dad. Okay, yeah. Yeah. It isn't totalitarian. It's giving people a reason to go move forward.
Interesting.
They're simply under the illusion that they need to follow these kings. It's only so much someone who's been trained a sword all their life can do. They can't do everything. We're not perfect. And we can't live by ourselves. We weren't built for that.
I know, it's quite unfortunate.
But I wouldn't have it any other way. I want to get to meet you guys. I like it.
Likewise. As frustrating as Seaweed is, and as annoying as I find Bingo, and that young Durch, it is quite a breath of fresh air. Diego. And he fills up your mug and puts 2 sugars in it and some cream, and then does the same to his own. You mentioned your father earlier. You said he traveled. Where did he go?
Yeah.
What did he do?
he went everywhere. And one of his favorite things is he liked to gather stories. Where I even got my name from his favorite stories.
And how did that story go, if I might ask? And do you mind if I take notes?
Sure, it's a bit of a popular one.
Well, do tell. And he pulls out a little pen and paper.
Okay, this may be a bit disjointed, but I'll try my best to say. It's the story of the Rebel Prince.
And as you begin to tell it, enough time has passed on your watch, and the only thing that seems to really change is whether the hyena is near or far. But as the light is like peeking up over the horizon, and he's listening to you tell the story, he begins to prep breakfast for everyone, which is the complete opposite of his doomsaying and almost all hope is pointless. Almost. But not quite. So continue your tale.
Well, started one day in a kingdom. Young boy was born. Unusually kind. But he has spent all his whole life in these castle walls. Loved by his father, mother, and especially his grandfather. But one day, an old maid who took care of him since he was little was going in town, but time has gotten to her so badly that making the trip was really bad for her. He offered to go with her and help, and insisted on it. And when going to town, he saw how horrible it was. The suffering, the indignity that the people lived in. And it crushed his heart. So when he got back, he talked to his grandfather about this, pleading that they would try to do something, but his grandfather shut him up, saying that they live to serve us. They should be happy to give what they owe to us. This never really sat right well with him. But he didn't want to disappoint his grandfather. So, racked with guilt, and a wanting to honor his grandfather, he took up a mask and started being a bandit. Stealing items, all sorts, food, medicine, supplies, and giving it back to people. And by day and whatnot, he was a loyal and loving grandson. People all around gathered, cheered for him, wanted to work with him, and each passing moment his grandfather grew angrier and angrier. Till one day, he devised a trap, and caught in the middle of it, he had a duel with him. It ended with him winning, but before he could hit the final blow, he stopped himself. No matter how hard he tried, he loved his grandfather too much, and he put down his blade. But when turning around, his grandfather stabbed him through the heart, killing him. And when he turned around and revealed his face, shock overtook him. And when the people heard of his death, heard of his identity, they rioted. And the last time they ever heard of that awful king, some tales say that he was angry, cursing the name of his grandfather, and some say that all he found was an old man in the throes of sorrow and despair. Some people don't like the way it ended. It said he survived, but the true ending of that story is he died. But people got their kingdom back. Yeah. I think that's enough stories for one night. It's almost done.
Tyrael sits back on his haunches, looking up over the small round cakes that he's heating up on this flat iron pan that he carries on his pack. The smell of the buttermilk that he's using permeates the camp. The hyena lingers within sight, but still far enough away. Jormonger perks up immediately and comes to sit near the flames. And Myyrion and Seaweed. The both of you are awake. Whether you are sitting up or not is your choice. But we'll start with Myyrion.
Myrion's in the draw me one of your French girl pose with his hand behind his head. Just laying on the bedroll looking over, I guess, at Diego and Tyrael.
Diego, you make eye contact with Myyrion, and you know instinctually that he's heard your tale. However, with the salty rock still partially in her mouth, you know for a fact that Seaweed has not heard your tale and has just been roused to the smell of food. What do you say or look like, Seaweed?
I guess a mess. I don't know. Yeah, I'd say. See, I think Seaweed just kind of passed out. I think she was just worried about having another terrible nightmare of slapping meat. So I think she was very restless. God, there's so much slapping meat.
All right, Myyrion, do you say anything about the tale?
I don't think he would actually.
Okay. When Tyrael notices the others are awake, he keeps his questions to himself, but you can see that he has questions, Diego. Regardless, any roleplay among the three of you, as Tyrael hands the three of you the first set of pancakes, and he moves to make more for the rest of the party that is still unawake.
Question. What are we? Did we receive a long rest?
You have all received a long rest. Go ahead and hit that button. And while we're getting hyped up, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. This is some D&D time. Whispering Pantheon, ! YouTube. If you'd like to catch up on any series. Oh, I spelled you too. Please, if you are not following go ahead and give them a follow. They are in my bi-weekly Embraced by Night game, and I am prepping another game that will be in later in the year. For now, I am your host and storyteller and dungeon mistress, Void Doll. You can catch me live streaming games or art, and eventually I will be live streaming ASMR stuff because I love that, but it will be storytelling ASMR. Go ahead and jump in the void if you're interested in seeing the schedule or joining any of these games for yourself, as I am a dungeon mistress for hire. And just about every year, depending on the time of year, I do cycle through campaigns and players. Really quick, we're going to introduce all of the players one more time because we've gotten a raid, and we're going to start with Seaweed. Who are you? What's your race? What class are you playing? What level are you? And then popcorn it to the next one. Take it away.
Hello there, I'm Amber Abbey. I'm playing the Triton Sorcerer, Seaweed. I'm doing a custom homebrew sorcerer subclass called the Sea Sorcerer. Yeah. I shall pop it over to Bingo.
Hello, I'm Luke. I'm playing Bingo, or Kobold Cleric of Odin. And we're level 5.
Oh yeah, 5. Sorry about that, 5.
Yep, and I will pass it on over to our good friend Chron.
Hey everyone, I'm Chron. I'm playing our paladin, Myyrion, today. He is a hunk of man and a hunk of meat, apparently. And I'll pop it over to Durch. Or FatKats.
Hey, it's your friendly neighborhood Fatty Cakes. I am playing Durch, the tiefling rogue. And awesome person. Brain fart. Yeah. I found a puppy. So, yeah, that happened. Diego, did you already go?
Yeah. Hey, I'm Dorkwinkle. I play Diego, the Divine Soul Sorcerer. And storyteller for another storyteller for the night. Apparently 2. And Capic.
Did we already say Bingo? Wait, did we? Is it back to me?
Yeah.
Also, we did not mention Vikeen. That's the only person who's missing.
Missing tonight is Vikeen, a wizard.
Wizard.
Race is, they have nipple rings. You'll just have to join us next time to see TheNatchan 1984, who's a Twitch streamer, here on stream playing her From the Bright Sands Desert Wizard. Ooh, very mysterious, very sexy boy. Okay, that being said, any roleplay between the 3 of you over hotcakes.
Y'all sleep well?
Did you? You look a lot better than when you went to bed last night.
Yeah, I just need a bit of rest.
Myyrion just kind of nods, agreeing with him.
Yeah. Had a good talk with Cheerio.
Tyrael only makes a sound at the back of his throat.
Just Mr. Tyrael? Myyrion kind of lazily looks over at him.
He just nods. A curt dip of the chin.
Guess you like the story.
He seems lost in thought. To you, Diego, at least. He finishes these set of hotcakes and he moves over to eggs. Where he's gotten them, you have no clue.
Jeez, Mag.
So, friends, where are we going?
Well, let's wait for everyone to wake up before we start deciding. Besides, you still have the stick, so you can, use that.
Diego, friend, you are so you're such a smart wizard. You are very, very smart wizard.
Yes, I am.
Did we bring the stick?
Yes, friend, the stick shows the way, as Diego has taught Seaweed.
Yeah. But we better wait for everyone to wake up before we start using it, so they all know.
No. They should rest. It was. Or should we? Seaweed does not know. You wake them and Seaweed should find a good stick. I look for a stick.
Roll a perception.
Okay. I'm looking for a really good stick. Okay. I'm being honest here.
Yeah, really.
I will help you, friends. Myyrion actually gets up and
God.
I rolled a nat 20 for that stick. It better be good. Technically 19 because I'm -1, but I'm looking for stick.
Yeah, it's great. It's the best stick you've ever seen. In fact, it's so great that you're not even aware that it is the broken half of a staff from the party who died yesterday in last episode. The tip of this stick is gold with intricate arcane runes that seem to drip from the gold down into the staff itself. I mean, into the stick itself, but it's cut in the middle. But it's cut in the middle for the perfect. It's the perfect stick.
This stick is so beautiful. This will certainly tell us the way to go to.
Seaweed does
to go
wonder
east.
what tree it may have broken off from, or maybe it grew out of the ground. I'm not sure what Seaweed's ideology or thought is on sticks in their serenity or divinity, or does she know where they come from? I don't know. What is her intelligence? Hold on.
I mean, she has a basic understanding of nature, but I doubt she would know different kinds of trees and the specifics like that. She said, "Oh, this is wood. It's from a tree."
Gotcha.
Yes. So while Dio is rousing everyone, seems gonna walk back with a stick.
Okay, that being said, Diego, who do you wake up?
I'll go wake up Bingo.
All right, role play it out.
Hey there. Can I wake up?
Bingo will wake up with a big yawn. Good morning.
Morning, God. Trio has some hotcakes and eggs right now being made. Come on over. Get
That
something to
sounds
eat.
good. Bingo will just follow you.
Yeah. Is the huge weasel really comfortable to sleep on and warm? Because it's pretty cold.
Yeah, he's made for cold weather.
Huh. I guess that makes sense. You said you were from very high up in the north?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's pretty cold up there.
It has the most beautiful snow. I miss it.
Huh.
But there's also a village down here that I would identify as my home as well.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
I'm lucky to have two villages. Even though I'm kind of exiled from one. He kind of just shakes his head like he's trying to get it out of mind.
I don't know if this was character knowledge, but you did tell Diego that about why you got kicked out, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. It's yeah, hopefully one day, time will heal that wound. Been alive a lot longer than most, from what you told me, so probably to them I'll be a distant past.
The people who kicked me out are already probably dead.
Then hopefully you can go back if you want, especially if you state your case that you actually lived through there.
I mean, I probably could. Nobody would probably remember me. Well, nobody was probably alive to even know who I am. 10 or 15 generations have probably gone by. You get a lot of new faces in kobold tribes very quickly.
Yes, I've been told it must be. I don't know what to say. Just sad are just mind-boggling. At least to me, it seems.
It's how we survive. We have a bit of a high turnover rate.
Hey, told me about that. There you go. Let's get some breakfast.
That's a good idea. Get my mind off of faraway places.
For now. Talk about it later. If you want.
Of course. I would love to share about my homeland.
All right, Myyrion. Who do you awaken?
I guess Diego and Paulette, or no, Durch and Pauletta are the only ones left asleep, other than McKean.
Yep. Who do you wake first?
He'd actually go to Tyrael, get a plate of food, then I guess go wake Durch first because he's the closest.
And get a plate of food for Durch from Tyrael?
Yeah.
Okay. Roleplay it out.
Tyrael, can you make plates for the rest of them and I'll wake them up?
Sure. Yep.
And
It's as easy as like boop-a-doop, eggs and pancakes.
he'd grab the first one and then go over to where Durch is asleep and put it next to him so that he could smell it and just gently shake him awake. Hey, buddy. Breakfast is ready.
Oh. Wow. You
Yeah,
shouldn't
breakfast in
have.
bed.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, eat up.
He's gonna go for coffee first. And take a big swig. Thank you. And just kind of like legit breakfast in bed.
Your
lay there and
decanter is
eat.
not where it was put, but it is easily accessible. It's not where you remember putting it where you were sleeping. But, it is there. Maybe you moved it in your sleep.
Maybe. Alright. Sneaky. Okay. But yeah, other than that, he's just gonna kind of lay there and eat and wallow in having to wake up.
Alright.
Myyrion would kind of give you a pat on the shoulder as he sees you're getting up and then go to repeat the process.
You head towards the tent that is Hippolyta's. Do you walk in, or do you knock?
He would knock.
There's no answer.
He'd knock again.
Still no answer.
Are you awake?
Nothing. Just silence and the sound of morning birds.
He'd kind of look down and sigh, then look over towards Bingo. Hey, Bingo, could you come over here?
Of course. What's up?
She's not answering?
Bingo will kind of frown at that.
Is this like her? Is she normally a heavy sleeper?
Not to my knowledge. Every day, everyone has those days, but she's usually been. I'll very loudly announce I'm coming in.
Okay.
And then I'll wait 3 seconds before going in.
So you count on breath. 1, 2, 3. Her room is empty. In fact, there are scorch stains within the tent. It looks as if an intense struggle happened therein, never spilling from the tent's confines. But Hippolyta is gone. And you remember the flash of green. And like ink, the violet pouring in and coating all that light into darkness. And we're going to end there for tonight.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Bingo is upset.
I like keeping watch, make sure everyone's safe, you know.
I blame Bingo.
Bingo blames Bingo as well. Yeah.
Thank you guys so much for joining this week's episode of Whispering Pantheon.
Whisper, 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 whisper.
Whisper, whisper, whisper,
Whisper?
whisper,
Whisper.
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 Don't forget to join the Discord or like and subscribe these videos on YouTube. It helps me out a ton. Also, hit that follow button below as well. We've got a goal of 2K this year, or for 2024. Let's see if we can make it. Share this stream with your friends. Talk about it. Yeah, make it. Come back, make it happen. Let's play adventures together, guys. It's a good time.
Yes.
I like playing adventures.
I do too.
All right, let's find someone to raid. Let's spread the love.
Woo!
That was an amazing session.
'Twas indeed.
Oh, Bingo's gonna be so upset. Poor little guy.